Yeah, are we back? I don't know what happened with that connection. Let me see if I can bring Anthony back. Where is Taleb? Where are the rest? Reno, let's start. So my whole conversation this evening, and maybe you guys are seeing where I was going with it. The whole direction of the conversation was: do you think there's anybody walking this world thinking they're a bad person? Right now, your president is going to pray through the night. He's probably spent this whole weekend from the recommendations of the pastors and the bishops who went to see him and all the seers and all the people who can see into the future, those ones. There are many who have gone to see him at this time, this very trying time in his life. Some of them have opened the book of Job. Job is in which book? Is it Judges? I think so. Job in the Bible. Oh, there's a book of Job, right? Yeah. Yeah. So he's going through many trials and affliction. Probably if he's having a stomachache, he's like, yes, that's an affliction. And he's going to go into his prayer closet and he's going to pray and he's going to pray. And in his head, this is a war that is a godly war. So he's right and you are wrong. Because that's what prayer means. When you guys are praying, you're praying that I know better. That person needs to die. When you pray, you're going to play a match. You're praying that that team loses. So Nakeodo, very interesting. So when people are saying, oh, Ruto is these things, is all these things, his family, his brothers, his sisters, his cousins, all the people who know him and the people he's worked with for the last 30 years, they're all like, oh my God, this guy is going through the most. Because the people who are seeing him as bad are you. You guys, yesterday, Duale, they threw a bash for Duale. 5 minutes later, everybody's, oh my God, look, they're back at it again. They're back at wasting money. You're the only one who knows Duale is a problem. Duale is celebrated around his people. So if today Ruto is praying and he's the president, and according to Mzee Ali, good things happen to good people. Where are we? Anthony, where are we?
Kibe, I was waiting for Mariam. She was the one who had most of the questions. Let me get some speakers up.
All right. There's a guy called Gunia here. Gunia Junior.
Yes, Kibe, I've been patiently waiting. But is any?
Mzuri sana, sema.
I'm very disciplined. So ukisema weka mkono juu na unyamaze na ngoja time ifike uniambie ongea. So I've been listening and I really follow so much before I give my contribution. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Number two, we need to agree before we start discussing Ruto because I've heard a lot of our speakers and listeners probably are struggling to agree or to understand the meaning of prayer. We first agree that there is God above. Both Christians and Muslims and every other religion believe that there is a supernatural power. We can recognize there's a supernatural power. That is why all of us are praying to some sort of God. We just define which God, but we agree there's some supernatural power. It gets to a point where the things are happening we can't explain by our natural understanding. So when you look at, for example, the creation theories and all those things, creation and evolution and scientists and everything, they all agree that there's God. We all agree that God is powerful. We all agree on the issue of prayer. I have my own personal views about the Bible, so I don't want to refer so much into it because it was written by human beings so many years after those things happened. So there's a possibility some events were distorted.
Gunia, we agree on nothing. You put your point across. We don't agree on anything. Whatever you're
Okay,
saying we
fine.
agree on is in your head. All right?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I have reservations when it comes to that. But now, based on the Christian, what I understand, God says that prayer without action is dead. The meaning of prayer is that when you get to a point where you have done your bit, God gives you wisdom. The Bible says God will not do for you what He has given you grace to do for yourself. For example, when you drink and drive, you know very well if I drink, I'll be inebriated. If I drive, I'll get an accident. And you go drink and drive, you are testing your God, and you will find out the hard way. Prayer without action is dead. So, for example, when Ruto prays and there's no action, that prayer is dead. God has given Ruto wisdom and knowledge to understand that this person is corrupt, this person is incompetent, this person will not deliver, and he has prayed and he has the wisdom, but he makes a decision based for whatever reason known to him. So to answer the
But
question that you're giving,
Gunia, stop right there. Stop right there. Let's interrogate what you've just said, okay?
yes,
And let's be very honest today. Today, I don't want us to be bullshitters because we seem
no
to
problem.
think that we seem to think that we know more than everybody else. Okay, and I
Proceed,
want
Kibe,
you
I'm
to take.
listening.
I want you to see yourself from the position of Ruto. I want
Okay,
you to see yourself having come from all that way, and you do all these things, and you work your way up to a point where you become on your first try, you become the president. So there are a lot of these. There are a lot of things that had to go right for this guy. Many things, more than you and I will ever get to know. True or not true?
very true.
So there's a place this guy already knows that he is in a place of a higher plane than the rest of us. Because again, remember, it's God who has done this for him. He's God. So there's no way his God can put him there and then take that away from him. I want you to understand the psychology of this religion that we talk about. Because it is God who has done this for him. So his God has put him in a better place than he has put you. So how dare you and your small God go against him and his big God who has made him president?
Okay, Kibe, understand me. You said I put my point across. We don't have to agree. You see, at the end of the day, to him that much is given, much is expected. Number one. Number two, yes, God favored Ruto, but God did not wake up and Ruto did not sleep, and God just picked him and made him the president. Ruto had to wake up and campaign. Let's agree on the facts. You say we don't be bullshitters. Let's be factual. Ruto campaigned. I remember the days they used to campaign with Uhuru when he was campaigning for Uhuru. Uhuru used to join Ruto in the seventh rally or something. This guy doesn't sleep. He used to campaign. If you remember when he was vying, when he was deputy president, now vying to be the president, before the campaign was closed, he was rushing, literally running with his bodyguards so that he can get there before time ifike. This guy did several rallies every day that Tinga could not do. So as much as God favored him, he had to work. So yes, he did the part. Prayer without work is dead. Ruto worked. And that is why God favored him. God favored everybody, but him that much is given, much is expected. God favored him. But now, when you get there, then you forget the God that favored you because Ruto used to pray and listen to advice and wisdom. If he's told go to Nyanza, go to Central, do your rallies here and there, he used to listen and it worked. All right. Now that he became the president, now that more is given to him, more is expected. He's needed to be listening more. He's needed to have more wisdom. He's needed to pray more and he needed to act more. What Ruto is doing now, we agree the Ruto we are dealing with today is not the Ruto that campaigned. We agree that the Ruto that was sworn in is not the Ruto we are dealing with today. That Ruto listened. This one doesn't listen. The Ruto we dealt with then used to see logic. This one is doing things that clearly everybody, Mbaka Mtoto Mdogo, can see this is stupid, and he's doing it. And then when we asked, he's hiding in prayer. There's prayer. Kibe. There's prayer that you believe in your heart. This is prayer. A prayer of showing off. The prayer is an intimate conversation with your God, with your Savior, and you don't. Your neighbor, whoever is next to you, doesn't need to know what you are praying about. Yaruto ni show off. mpaka tuko na watu wameandikwa State House ati sijui ni wafanya nini wanalipwa. Ruto ni crisis imekuja, people sit down, try to discuss the way forward, then we pray Mungu atusaidie kwa ile tumefanya sisi, we have arranged, we have done whatever we can do as human beings. You pray for God to do for you that you cannot do for yourself. That's what I'm saying. Ukishafanya ile unaweza as a human being till umefika mwisho, then you leave the rest to God. You have to do your bit. Ruto has not done his bit. And his bit is he has not done whatever he is required to do as a leader. And then when he wrongs, because everybody makes a mistake, he made a mistake. He's making mistakes. The citizens are telling him, sir, this is not the right way. This one unatufinya, this is the right way. Yes, we will pray. But before we pray for God to allow whoever we are giving the offices to perform, we have to get it right by ourselves and get people who are credible to get the job done. Unanielewa Kibe? It is the same thing as simple as marriage. Ukienda kuoa poko, what do you expect? God gives you wisdom, tafuta vizuri, enda kwao, angalia hivi, fanya hivi. You
But
do everything.
Gunia, and just mute your mic for a second, because you know this God of yours, this God operates the way you guys think. This God operates according to your imagination, and now you even seem to know the things that Ruto has done wrong and right. You seem to know his prayer routine. You prayer people seem to know about a lot about each other. You seem to know which mistakes, especially, that person made. That's why he's not getting blessed. If he had just done this, if he had just gone left or right. You know, I had George earlier at the space, and George was busy telling the Gen Z the mistakes they made. And I'm like, hey, hindsight 2020 is here. Hindsight 2020. So everybody seems to know where the mistake was, but nobody knows where the mistake is. Because if you did know where it is, or if you know where it is, then you'd be the king. So I think we are reading Ruto a bit different here. Maybe Ruto is worshiping a God who's higher than ours. Now, if on Tuesday, the Gen Z's God comes through for them, and the Gen Z God takes out Ruto for them, then, you see, I am a winner in the Lord. Are you seeing how I'm thinking?
Kibe, can I ask you a question?
Ask me a question, then I'll go to Mariam. I can't wait to talk to Mariam. I see her cut there and I just get wet. Yeah.
So I let you talk to Mariam first.
No, just go ahead. Go ahead. I'll control myself.
What you're promoting is what we call mediocrity, Kibe. Because you are saying, ukiamka asubuhi, just sleep there, lie there, and let God do the work. And what I've explained to you, Kibe.
No, Gunia, that is
allow me to land.
erroneous.
Let me just land.
Gunia.
Let me just land on this. One, please, just allow me to land on this. What I'm saying, Kibe, is not Ruto is not only not listening to me, but he's not listening to anyone. Everybody, we have over 50 people, different experts from different departments, from whatever, telling him that this is not the right way to govern a country. You can't run a country alone. When he was campaigning, people used to come with the strategies, and he used to listen from different sectors, from farmers to, I don't know, fishermen to whatever. Everybody used to come with whatever they have, and Ruto used to listen. Listening is wisdom, Kibe, and this comes from God. Listening is wisdom. Listening is practice. There are people who have done so many bullshit. If only they listen.
Okay, Gunia. So we have to understand some two things here. Okay. Number one, you guys don't know shit about Ruto. You have to accept that. The only thing that you know is the glimpse that you have of the last 2 or 3 months. That's what you know about Ruto. Because if you did know about Ruto, then you would have been at the polling station. So you don't know shit about him. Number two, he's not your president. So when you guys say he doesn't listen to you, but Mashinani, he's listening. He's doing everything everybody wants. He's building churches and shit. So he's not listening to you because you guys don't have a relationship. And this is what it should be. Now we are trying to create a relationship between the presidency and this new movement. That's what we're trying to do, create a relationship. And I see Hanifa and Boniface Mwangi and the rest, and I think, and they keep praising themselves about how you should hear them say, "Oh, they offered me a position and they told me to come and sit with them, and I refused." And where is the relationship? Because the pastors have a relationship. Because Kenya is Kenya, upendo sipende. So the pastors have a relationship. The Law Society have a relationship. The bishops have a relationship. The Catholic Church has a relationship. So this is a country where you form relationships. But now the power of Gen Z should have a relationship that is so strong.
Kibe, are you an enemy
But
of
now,
the people?
Sorry?
Are you an enemy of the people? Because the way you
No,
talk.
no. We're just having a conversation. Why is it a problem that you have to brand me something just from a conversation? Gunia?
Kibe, those people you are talking about have a clear agenda. Unfortunately, we have a very keen interest in the president because he's leading us. So his life becomes our business. And if we notice any change, we cry. And those people you're mentioning had very little role in making that guy the president. As much as God is blessing you, you do your bit. And doing your bit, you have to do good by your people.
No,
Historically.
you're in your, get out of your feelings and listen to what I'm saying. Please just understand what
Okay.
I'm saying. Get out of your feelings for a second. So I'm saying the Gen Z woke up a bit late, okay? The Gen Z woke up a bit late after the elections. That's when they realized, oh, we should have been more involved in this thing. But the Gen Z have also a lot of power because of the way they can congregate. Their numbers are easy to congregate. So the Gen Z have a power that has not been witnessed before. So that's where we are right now. So we are saying Gen Z is introducing themselves to the presidency, not to William Samoei Ruto. If it was Kibaki or Uhuru, the Gen Z would be introducing themselves to this person and saying, hey, we are the Gen Z. We want a piece of the cake.
Very true. You are very accurate. I have a question for you on that point you have just made. Just one question on that point you have just made. I have understood you. Gen Z is introducing themselves to the presidency. That they are here as a stakeholder and they need to be listened to. They have numbers and they can do something. The question now is this. Even if Ruto says today, I want to listen to Gen Z, and God says, I want to bless Gen Z, what exactly is God going to bless Gen Z to achieve? Or what exactly can Ruto do to Gen Z? Because clearly they have not done the work that God requires them to do, the wisdom
No.
and listening to God to do, so that
You've gone beyond. So stop the question.
answer this,
Stop the
answer this,
question.
Kibe.
Stop the
Kibe,
question.
answer this.
Stop the question. Hold up.
Okay,
Listen
okay.
to this. So you had already finished the question. Then you went into your imagination. And it's a very Kenyan thing to do that, where you over question or you ask a question that is too long. Because all you wanted to do is, okay, so we are being introduced to the presidency. What do we talk about? Isn't that what you're asking?
Kibe, what I'm saying is
Isn't that the
this.
question? Isn't that the
It
question that
is part of the
you
question.
have met?
I don't want you to. I don't want. I'm trying to connect the question to the conversation we're having of prayers and Ruto. The question I'm asking is this simple, Kibi. Just listen. Pia we talk about emotions. I'm asking this
Haya,
question.
nimetoka.
So, if you are going to introduce yourself as Gen Z, you're introducing the team to the presidency, not to Ruto. To Ruto, yes, and any other president that will come after. The question is, if God says today, I'm blessing you, because you are saying the God, huyo mambo ya Mungu na Ruto na Mungu wake, Gen Z pia ako na Mungu wao. God is to bless Gen Z today. They are being blessed by doing what? They don't have a specific thing that God need to bless them for because they have not done the work. If they could have said, okay, fine, we want 1, 2, 3, then God will bless them, Ruto will listen, then Ruto can do that. What I'm trying to say, the question is, if God is to bless Gen Z today, I want to bless Nanini because they don't have a clear path of a basic request they need. God bless us with 1, 2, 3. Ruto akiamua kuwasikiza leo anasikiza nini because it's just heckling haina specific demands, and that's what I'm saying. The work, they need to organize themselves, then put the prayer, then work on it. Sasa Mungu bless your prayer ikwe sawa, na Ruto asikize your prayer ikubalishwe. So through that ndio Mungu yuko. So back to a question. Leo God is listening to Gen Z and is to bless them. Bless them, and what is their blessings? Wanataka kupata nini ndio wajue wameblessiwa with this Gen Z circus you are seeing? If you don't believe in people working fast, then they are being blessed. What is God blessing now? Tell me.
All right. Thank you for your question. Mariam, come running, Mariam.
Hey, cat lover. You're a cat lover, clearly, Kibe. Lately, I've come to believe that.
Cats love me. Cats love me.
No. I think you love cats. I saw your video with a cat. It was so cute, licking itself behind you.
Cute, eh? Cute. That motherfucker just killed a bird after that. Immediately after that, it killed a bird. These things are vicious.
They're natural hunters, so you just have to understand them. Anything is a moving target. Any moving thing is a target.
It reminds me of women, especially when the man is a bit hard-headed or has money. Oh, you can see a natural hunter in a beach, quick, fast. Amaje, Mariam.
Kabisa, hapo sasa, hapo uko sawa kabisa. And I don't know how Anthony has drawn me into this Jabba talks of yours. Hey, tonight you're on Jabba talk, but I'll try. You were talking about Ruto and God, and in the first session before you dropped, I was just thinking, with what it takes to be president, and in this case, Ruto, you know, he's very ruthless. He's very, we can even give him the wisdom. You can give him deceptive. We know his journey. This is a very, very ruthless person. I was just wondering, do you think such a person can be so disconnected to a point that he credits his success to God? I do think that to someone like him and to very many other leaders, religion is just a tool. It's just a tool for them. It's not. They don't look at it in the simplistic manner that we tend to look at it, especially for us fanatics. When we have nothing else to look up to, we have nothing else to give credit to when it comes to success, because we don't even know how we got there. Then the only thing we can do is credit it to God. But them, they know exactly how they got there. They know exactly what they need to do. And I don't think that disconnected to believe that all this is coming from God. No, I think that cannot happen. So those are really my thoughts.
Are you saying that these guys are outrightly conning us? They know they're conning us. They know they're using religion as a tool. And they are out there conning us. Like they know exactly what they're doing. When they say, hey, let us pray, they know there's nothing they're doing there. They're conning everybody who's bowing their head in prayer. Is that what you're saying, Mariam?
To them, they're not conning you. It's a tool. That is a tool. So they're using it the way they're supposed to use it. So it's not conning. He's using it the way it's supposed to be used. To his advantage. If he needs to use it to control people, if he needs to use it for the numbers, I don't think it's conning.
Exactly. So they know that this tool is like it's like selling. It's like those phones that people used to buy in Tao, but it's a brick inside, and they show you the real phone, and then when you look away, they give you the brick. So these guys know what they're doing, and they're using this tool for manipulation. So it's a con. They know it's a con. They know that's why probably the church and the politicians have been so well. They have worked so well together the last couple of years.
Now, let me tell you why
somebody somewhere knows the con, and I'm trying to find out who.
The reason why I don't want to look at it as a con is because they know what it means to you. So if it didn't mean that to you and they had to convince you that it's supposed to give you that hope and it's supposed to give you your answers, if it was him convincing you, then he would be a con. But he is not convincing you. He knows what it means to you. So he just uses it as a leverage, and not even as a leverage. It's just a tool, period.
No, but
so he's
Mariam,
not conning you. You've already conned yourself. So he is just using
good.
that
Good. So these two are working in cahoots. They're like Starsky and Hutch. Okay?
Perfect.
The pastor and the politician. So the pastor marinates you for the politician. So the politician can come and now take you out properly. So these two know that you are the product These two know that they have come together to harvest you. You're the one who's being harvested here. So at some point, these guys must not believe in God. Because how would you believe in God, Mariam? And let's be very honest about it. How would you believe in God and use his name in vain? If you did believe in God, you'd never use it. You'd never use his name in vain because you know the consequences of using God's name in vain. Otherwise, that is not God. So there's a con here somewhere, Mariam. Point it out.
No, that is a very interesting question because for me, I actually believe that many of these pastors, bishops, whatever you want to call them, I actually have believed for a very long time that they don't believe in God. Now, what happens is that they don't, you are the one who takes yourself to church because you're looking for answers. You're seeking for something. So you take yourself to them. So it's up to them to feed you with whatever you're looking for. So I do believe most of them don't even believe in God because they have tested that theory. They know this God does not exist, but you need that God to exist. So it's their job to help you keep your faith. It's just a job that they're doing, but honestly, really, I don't think they believe in God.
So their job to help you in your delusion, to keep you in your delusion, keep you there. Where are you? You are here. Okay. You know, con men behave the same way, Mariam. A con man cons you exactly where you are. He doesn't come to con you something he knows you cannot give him. Exactly what it is you're looking for. Bro, there's a time I was looking for a house. I just got a job at a new company called Express Automation. Very nice. I enjoyed that job like crazy. And I was looking for this house. And I wanted a 1-bedroom house with a small, balcony. And I went looking in the newspaper. At the time, we didn't have mobile phones. So I went looking in the newspaper and I found this perfect house. It is exactly what I wanted. Close to the office, I would walk to work. And it was perfect. So I called these guys and I told them, I want this house and I want it today. I borrowed some money. I was going to pay. I went all the way to town. I took the company car. But where they told me to go to Tao, this guy is on his phone constantly telling me, leta pesa ya deposit, chukua kifungu, uende ukaangalie nyumba. And the guy is explaining that he's on the phone, but he's explaining how the house is just exactly what I want. Exactly what I want. So these pastors and these politicians are playing us. And that's why I like the Gen Z movement when they said, hey, the church and the politicians have to be separated because those two are such a force that wanatuokota. If you don't separate those two, we are fucked. The church and and politics must be separated. Because the pastor is the one who's marinating you. He comes, he prepares you and tells the politician, wait. Wacha tumalize kwanza praise and worship. I marinate these people for you. How much are you living? Doesn't make sense how we are always building churches. Anyway, that's a whole new conversation I'm trying to get into. Collo, jump in here. Say hi to us.
Niaje Kibe. I hope uko
What's up, dog?
Niko easy maze. Good evening. Uko true?
Niko chilling. Nimefikiri unakaa na Samonet kwanza alafu ndio tuongee ama unataka tuongee kwanza?
Something to share with the family. During the Baroque period of music, if you study, you'll find that it was mandatory for people to go and study music because you're calculating sound. So inapata kama msee kwenda kustudy music hiyo time ulikuwa una consider wewe nikaa hauko. So about prayer, nataka tu reiterate the words from the last one zenye sumaliza nao hiyo prayer yetu tunaita the national anthem. I say sing with a revelation, just don't sing things and keep to cry. Again, this is something that really guides me every day. Despite all the bullshit we go through, you know, it's a day at a time, step by step. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Already I love the conversation, and for me this is a really good space. So thanks once again, thanks Kibe. Kenya istahili heshima. Heshima ina boil down to conversation nilikuwa nao earlier today na OC ni Old Cambrian. Tulikuwa in the same school, but like elder, and I think he's a Gen X. So I was expressing to him a concern that I had about the kind of relationships that, you know, especially dudes have. Ukifikiria juu ya the city boy, unajua na ina represent tu na ujamii, yani ka SIU ni tu boy child kutoka Kenya. So na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kuna reset, tuna reclaim, tuna restore, tuna restrategize, tuna recapture, kuna vitu reshuffling, there's a lot. So tuwe tayari kuilinda nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, raha tupate na ustawi. Indo one of my best bars kwa hiyo national anthem, juu inasema there's joy in wellness, na clearly hata kutoka huo boy ulikuwa nazungumsha naye anaitwa Gunia maze, Gunia ana come from a place of emotions, na boy child again kutoka Nairobi. Kuna conversation yenye kutoka church, naweza sema men never spoke with each other, they spoke at each other. Imegroom to, imeboil to pali tumefika, na sibongi tu juu ya church pekee. I mean church ina represent hii conversation, hii ni church na believe, especially amongst men. But all in all, hizi religions zote, whether ni Judaism, whether ni Christianity, which I don't think is a religion, it should just be a lifestyle, you know, ina boil down to venye tunabebana na heshima na si ndio hiyo hapo, undugu. Kuna kitu sasa inafanyika kwa boy child na kuna venye wasao, venye tu umesema Kibe, wanajua kupoint out weaknesses za wase, lakini kama unaweza ipoint out pia inamaanisha pia wewe uko tu nayo. So haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, alafu tunaanzanga kama kawa na Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. If you study this, the instrumentation of this music, you'll notice that it has specific patterns that are very spiritual notations. The world celebrates it as one of the most brilliant composed anthems, not just an anthem. And even just to, this is a fun fact, before they selected this specific one to unite the nation of Kenya, they had already sampled a couple of them. So for this one to have made it, kulikuwa na zingine bala zenye zingechaguliwa, but ni ndo ili end up kukuwa the unifying prayer. So heshima as a patriot, to focus na kuona venye tutasonga mbele, na niko glad that he spaced ina create the best vibe for that. So salute, thank you Kibe, God bless Kenya.
You know, Collo, your submissions are always like poetry. I just like listening to them. I'm like, I know this guy is going to give us a line somewhere.
King wa rap Buddha. Unajua ule Josephine alibonga juu ya King, akasema King akishateuliwa afai kubow down kwa anyone else. So maze, mimi najijua bro, mbaya.
Hey, Majiro, are you there?
Kibe, I'm here. Hello, good evening.
Good
I
evening.
was in the other space and joined this one, so I think the impression from the last one ilikuwa when someone like Ruto prays, do you think he believes he's a good man? Do you think when he prays he believes that he should actually get what he's praying for because he's put in the work? I think I want to look at it a bit differently, and I'll try to be a bit conversational, not a submission per se. I think first of all, what makes us think that this guy is religious? Before we set out into any other argument, what really convinces us that he prays that he's a spiritual guy? I mean, he's given us a few killer verses, but I don't spend personally. I don't spend my time thinking that this guy is praying for a country and he's worried about the welfare of all of us. So first of all, to me, it's a very bullshit ideology for me, not for anybody else, but for me, to believe that he prays and he prays for us. Because even you, Kibe, you don't know I pray. You don't know how I get the things I get. So it cannot be a direct correlation of you pray, you get things. In life, I don't think that's how it works. And even for him, there's a space where we were with you and we were going back and forth. And we were saying, I think what we came to an agreement was this guy has dreamt of this thing all his life. He has not worked towards any other thing. It's not like the way us not basic, but common people. Today you are a project manager somewhere, tomorrow you are a secretary, the other day you are driving at a company. This guy has worked on this exact path from the moment he was in university. So it's in my opinion, I think it's a result. It would be such a shame for him to have worked as hard as he did and never became a president. That's my honest opinion, because that's all he has worked. He had tunnel vision from day one to get to where he is. So if you ask me, it's not an issue of praying. It's someone who has set his path in life, all his resources, everything he knows towards presidency, and he was patient enough to wait for his turn. And here is his turn. So I will not try to correlate that with prayer. But I think another thing, maybe Kibe, because you've traveled a bit, and I've traveled myself. I could consider myself to be well traveled. I think when you travel and you see some parts of this world, you're like, I think Africans, we just like we like to complain, and we have such a big dependency on the superficial and like the actual work. If you go to a place like Frankfurt, Germany, things are working. The streets are clean. The train is clean. You enter, you sit on the. Let me not even go to Germany. Let me go to South Africa. South Africa has its problems, but I love it for a few reasons. The things that need to work. If you enter the How train, it's clean, sparkling. It's on time. You get where you are going. The roads, almost 6 lanes every side. The houses are very well done. There's no laziness in how, the way Kenyans apartments are furnished in the most weird way. There's a genuine desire for excellence, even if they're not where they need to be. But for the much they've gotten so far, there's a genuine desire for excellence. So I think for us as Kenyans, what I would be more careful to talk about is, do we have a genuine desire to be excellent in how we do things? If you are a tea girl, do you make sure you do your work well? If you're a pastor or whatever you choose to be, are you excellent? Me, I will say for a fact, I think Ruto is excellent. I don't praise him much, but I think he's excellent in how he arrived at where he arrived. If all of us put our brains towards getting the things we want, like that guy did, I think we'd get exactly what we want out of our lives. So, see maombi, by the way, me si believe ni maombi, ni bidi. Unless Kibe, you have another opinion. Hello, Kibe. Or anyone else?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, but you asked the question: does he? You don't think he's spiritual or he prays? But that's all he's shown you. That's all he's shown. He's shown that he's that guy. He's been going the last, I think, 8 years. He spent his 8 years in churches. Every Sunday was in a different church. Back and forth, trying to tell them how good he is, praying, and you saw, as soon as they were given, he got the presidency, they held a couple of what are they called? Prayer meetings. You saw that, huh? even a very big one at Nyayo Stadium.
Yes.
So my point to you is this, because everybody's right now, especially the Gen Z movement, sees him as evil. But this guy doesn't see himself like that. This guy sees himself as a perfect human being to a point where God has put him at the biggest seat in the country.
But how did you arrive at that assumption? That's how he sees himself. I mean, on the Gen Z side, at least we can say, because we tweet and we say all sorts of things. But how did you arrive at the assumption that he believes that about himself? What makes you think that truly that's what it is? Is it also an assumption? Because if it is, I mean, we could welcome it, but it's not a matter of fact.
Have you ever been to church?
I have.
So, in churches, they have something known as a testimony. Have you ever had anybody with a testimony that I was a chicken farmer and now I'm a president?
No.
So the testimony should be enough. It should tell you that he believes God has put him there. Because the first thing he did was pray, was thank God with these prayer meetings and the crusades and inviting Benny Hinn. He was thanking God for giving him the position.
Let me ask you something. If you look at, let me just ask you about the US, because you've been there and maybe you know a little more than we do. When you look at how people campaign in the US, the governors, the people in the Congress, do they go to churches? I mean, they can visit, but do they make it their homestay? Where if they want to gather people, they go to churches?
No, you go where the people are. In Africa, the people are in church.
Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head. Because for us,
so the people are in church. So he has to be a church guy. So the way you guys are church guys, he has to be the top church guy of you church people.
So he's playing the game. It's not that he's religious. He's playing the game.
So that's why I was asking Mariam. Her name is Wairimo, by the way. That's why I was asking Wairimo. Do you think that the pastors and the politicians know it's a con? Because if they do, then we are fucked. If they know that they are conning us, that one is marinating us and the other one is cooking us. If they do know that, then we are fucked. Then this is it's a bigger emergency than we think.
But Kibe,
because if this person is selling you God and doesn't believe in God, just imagine how detrimental that would be.
But Kibe, we've been fucked for a while, man. I don't think we just got fucked. I think it's been going on for a long time. I don't think the churches have appeared today. We've always had churches try to skew our mentality towards politics for a long time. And it's not gotten us anywhere up to this point. I think what has changed, in my opinion, about the present moment is we've said enough is enough. It's not like they've pulled a new trick. No one has pulled a new trick. Ruto has not done anything that has not been done before. In fact, I think we've seen a worse government, for example, as people talk about Moi or Kenyatta. We've seen worse. But I think where we've gotten to is our intolerance has reached its peak. So siwezi sema ati sahi is where now we are like, shit, we're in trouble. We've always been in trouble.
Wanjiro, I'll tell you something. It's never been as bad as it is now. Okay? We used to have Moi. Wanjiro, you're what? I think you're like a millennial. You're in your early 20s, eh?
Late 20s. I'm 28. Yeah.
28. Okay. So you've not experienced Moi. So you wouldn't know anything about Moi.
No.
But during Moi's time, there was no politics in church because Moi never used to speak in church. Moi would go to Valley Road Church. It was the same church every Sunday, right? He used to like a guy called, I think, Reverend Dennis White. It was the same reverend, same church, and he would go there, sit there. Once the church is over, say hi to a few people. On the way out, not on the mic, huh? On the way out, say hi to a few people, wave, and go back to his house to chill for the afternoon or do whatever he has to do. So there was no talking in church. So there were no gimmicks in church. And even the way politicians would be acknowledged, they would be acknowledged just like anybody else. So that's why we are thanking God for Gen Z. Thank God for Gen Z because for us, what happened is now our mothers, Our mothers got into church. They corrupted the whole family system. You know that?
Yes, yes.
So once they corrupted the whole family system and they dominated the men, now it was okay for women to be single mothers. So single mothers came in. Single mothers are the most gullible because they're looking for the father figure to the child. So whoever it is that was going to present themselves, either it's going to be the pastor, the politician, whoever. So they are gullible. They are waiting to be taken advantage of. That's why all these churches mushroomed, because the single mother, wherever she was, the church would come to where she was. You go to where your people are, right?
So the demand grew with the supply. It was not, no, the supply of, in this case, grew with the demand. So it was a societal problem that swelled. Then out of that, there are people who saw an opportunity to become like the doctors, or not even doctors in this case, but the hope sellers of the people. So there was a demand, and the demand, according to you, was created by societal problems.
It was created by weak leaders, because weak leaders are the ones who allowed the nonsense to start happening in the church. So the church changed its nature from a place of refuge to a campaign hall. Because there's no time anybody would have talked anything that is not God related. Oh, you would have been lynched. What do you mean you're talking about politics? Here in church. So the church was sacred. You couldn't even give at these big amounts of money you were giving. Giving was such a secret. It was yani, hey, when I'm giving, I'm hiding from everybody. I don't want anybody to know what I've given. So right now, what you guys are experiencing, this is the worst it's ever been. It's never gotten to this point.
In your opinion, what do you think? What do you think would be okay? Let's like try to buy some ideas from Rwanda. How the president decided to, he decided to cut down on the number of churches in Rwanda. And I was actually surprised. The last time I was in Rwanda, on Sundays, the way in Kenya, it's so damn noisy with churches. It's so damn quiet. And it's in the middle of the city, unlike here. So what do you think would be the treatment for this issue we currently find ourselves in? Let's not talk so much about government, because I think government is a separate entity altogether. But the role of the church here, is it that we need to have more, to cut down more on the number of churches we have, and if we're to do that, how do we get around it? Because really, you have points, but I'm trying to get towards a solution, or rather a suggestion on what we think would get us to a better space. What would that look like for you?
You see, this is right now the church is like there's a tumor in the heart, and if you take away the tumor, you kill the person. So the church and the people who are right now, they are fused. Okay, so you cannot separate them. Yeah. So, but thank God for Gen Z, because the Gen Z are not fused to the church anymore. So the Gen Z, we can do anything with them. Gen Z, we can industrialize our country where we don't have time for bullshit. And then when a country is industrialized, even the entertainment industry grows better, so that now we get rid of the nonsense. And then we get rid of these things called, so for you to open a church, there must be some restrictions. You cannot just open a church. And we cannot just have 10,000 churches in one area. And then we get rid of these things called NGOs. These non-governmental organizations. These are the ones that are bringing in all these funny ideas in the country. They are not. When did you ever hear an NGO start a factory? They don't do that. They come just to keep the problem. How do you say it? Like it's like to keep reopening the wound.
Yeah.
Yeah. So get rid of this nonsense that we're wasting time on. Thank God for Gen Z, because now the church is not going to be a factor. So now we can go into making into building our economy properly, especially with industrialization. Because what wako industrialized, you don't have time for anything else. Uko job, ukitoka job, unapanga saa tatu unaenda kukunywa na mabeste, Monday niko job. And you know what you're doing with your money. If you go to country, now you talked about Germany. When you go to Germany, do people have time for nonsense?
No.
Do they have time for politics or for prayer or for all this other nonsense that us guys have got caught up with?
Maybe
Those guys.
I'll want to ask you something and just get off the speaker list. Do you think for us as Africans, do you think we pray, or our affinity to religion, does it have to do partly with our own our own created afflictions? Do you think that's why we have an affinity to prayer? Is it because of problems? Because I don't see victory in how we look at prayer. It's a lot of asking, it's a lot of demanding for things from God, it's a lot of intervention. But anyway, I think my head now is all over the place.
I get you. I get your question. Let me finish, Anthony. Then I'll give it to you. I get your question. Ni umama. Umama. We have something known as umama syndrome. Because who begs like that? Women are the ones who beg without feeling anything. But men are not supposed to be begging. Imagine a man going on his knees to ask God to give him something. And your children are going to watch you going on your knees like a puny motherfucker. Watch you. Umeka matako juu kwa hewa. Adunaambia Mungu akupea. What the hell is wrong with the men? Your last suggestion?
I think we have personally, I don't know about anyone else, but I think I'm a bit worn out by these conversations around Ruto and government and whatnot. Not that I don't care, but I think I feel like I have an informational overload. And I think it's in these moments when I remember the Friday spaces where you'd bring people to on YouTube to share their opinions. Women would talk. I don't think I'm the only one who misses those old days. So if we ever arrive at a moment to just to declutter our minds, maybe we might want to revert to those funny days. I think I was having such a good time. I was such a happy person when we were being puny.
Hey, the pressure. I think you're like, there's another chick the other day, very beautiful chick. She got drunk and she sat me down and started crying. She was like, Kibe, please bring back those shows. Please bring back those shows. I've never been hard and hard at the same time like that.
It was good times, no lie. This shit sometimes is too deep and we are a bit exhausted. Thank you though. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wanjiro. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, there's an overload of all these serious conversations. That's why even today I just put it out on Saturday night for all the people. Because there's been an overload of us listening to the Gen Z whine. And I'm like, no, we have to stop the whining. Hey, but ile nguvu walikuwa wamekuja nayo hata ungewaambia. Ukijaribu kuambia wanakuwa, hey, we're going to kill you. We know where you stay. We're going to, decapitate your rabbits. You're like, oh, okay. Slow down. So you say, anyway, let's move on. Anthony, what do you want to say?
I think there's a question Wanjiro asked about what do we do? And I would want us to look at what's happening to churches in Europe. Churches in Europe are shrinking. So they are trying to revive themselves. Now, what has happened in Kenya is that because of people who are well-traveled, the more people came back, the more they would be like, but I've seen institutions, churches work better. Okay? Where am I going with this? At one point, I sat in a meeting with the moderator of that time of PCA. We were meeting somewhere on Wayakiwe. So it was a room full of PCA people. And he asked a question. He asked, have you noticed that our churches are shrinking? And he put it to them. At one point, PCA was so broke that Margaret Wanjiro said she could pay off their debt in KCB if she could get their lands. And I think PCA got pissed off and said, you know what, we shall raise our money. And they went on a harambe, the way churches is structured. So out of that meeting, the moderator was told to revive churches, they needed to bring, actually they said, we need to bring mothers back. I think you realize in the last 10 years, all PCA churches and ACK and Catholics have been building bigger churches. And people have been asking, what are these churches for? It was because of a meeting that people sat and decided to include Mother's Bay and play areas for children, so that a breastfeeding mom can enjoy the sermon and she doesn't feel ashamed to breastfeed a baby when the sermon is going on. So the target was the women, not the men. They did not say, for example, in Catholics, you can smoke. They did not say in Catholic churches, let's build a smoking bay for our guys. No. All churches adopted a similar approach of building bigger churches to include a place where women would feel comfortable. So what are churches? Churches was the entry point to politics, to democracy. Okay, Africa had its own democracy, which was village-based, clan-based. So where you are asking why Ruto chose the church, he did not have an option. We forget Adolf Hitler was a very successful leader. That guy had almost colonized the entire planet. He almost ruled the entire planet. But Ruto took the church because he met a model, a structure that had already been built to bundle people together to rule them. So there's nowhere Ruto went to reinvent the wheel. He just knew if the colonialists used the church, if Britain actually used the church to conquer the world, I might as well use the church to conquer Kenya. So there's marriage between the church and politics. It's only that right now in Kenya, the millennials their mothers did not have breastfeeding bays in church. So when they wakizaliwa, their mothers stayed more at home. So the millennials and the Gen Zs have not been institutionalized into the church movement. That is why you go to pray to a Gen Z and they tell you, you know what, fuck off. Don't sell me that bullshit. Okay, because akuweko your coding. Now that is why Ruto right now is fact. Because in the next election, for him to win and for him to govern Kenya right now, he's dealing with close to 7.5 million who are not indoctrinated. Hawajakuwa na hiyo induction. So by the time anasema, God put me here, those guys are said, I thought I'm the one with the vote. I think that's where we find ourselves. And I think from now, moving forward, you will see politicians and church start to drift. Because whatever the politician is getting from the church is no longer in the church. You might see a marriage of politicians and entertainers. I think that's my take.
A marriage of politicians and entertainers. Yeah. And that's why they've
Kibe,
started
just look.
doing the podcast and the shit.
Let me even surprise you.
Look
at the guys who welcomed Donald Trump to the RNC. There was the church. Have you ever wondered why the Trump is so into church and is not a Christian, but the church loves him? But who else was unique in that in induction? It was Amber Rose. Okay, Kid Rock. Because Trump is balancing.
Hulk Hogan.
Good, he's balancing. That guy is woke. He's balancing the old Americans, the Anglicans, the Presbyterians, the Catholics, and the new America. The 50 Cent guys, the Nini. He has crafted that balance. Democrats on the other side were left only with the Black Americans, and that's why they're losing. So Ruto needs
blacks,
that.
Them blacks.
Yeah. And
all right. Hold up. You Anthony, we can listen to you for the whole night here. Wewe na mimi hatuna breaks. Sandra.
Hi, Kibe. Kibe. Thank you. Thank you for the mic. Greetings to all. I have been following religiously what is happening in Kenya, and honestly, I'm so proud of my Kenyan brothers and sisters to show Africa and the world that they're intelligent, they're united, they're wise, they understand their country constitutions, and they will fight for what is theirs. So kudos to all the Kenyan youth. Now, in regards to what is being shared here or talked about, the prayer, prayer, I believe, is a sticky subject. People have different ways of understanding what prayer is. One person earlier mentioned that, prayer is doing something good and expecting something good to return to you, which I also would say it is a form of prayer, but in a way that is called karma. Whatever you give, that's what you receive, or whatever you do, that action will come back to you. It is also called cause and effect. Now, I believe, like you said earlier, Kibe, that some people pray to monkeys, some people pray, like, people have different higher spiritual beings that they believe in, that they pray to. Some people pray to Buddha, some people to God, to Jesus, to Mary. And we know in Africa, many, many years ago, our ancestors used to pray to either trees or ancestors who had passed, or people that had passed. So there's so many forms of prayers and who to pray to. But I also believe that prayer, it is that intimate, that personal conversation that you have with yourself and your higher self, that conversation that is blended with belief, is blended with thought, is blended with the expectation that whatever you are giving out, whether positive or negative, most times people don't think that when they have negative thoughts, it is a form of prayer, but it is, because every intention that you have that is accompanied with belief, it is a form of prayer, and with time it will manifest. Now, we people are created with purpose. When we are here on earth, we all have a purpose. Now, some people do know their purpose, some people will discover it, some people will live and die not knowing what their purpose is. And prayer sometimes can bring you closer or far away to your purpose if you really don't know who you are as a person. For example, Jesus had a purpose to save us, the humankind people. Now, he also, as God, the Son of God, God himself in flesh, at one time he was scared. At one time he decided to pray. I think the night before he was crucified, he went to the mountains and prayed and asked God to take that load of pain, that suffering away from him. But because it was the purpose that he was created for, that prayer did not come to fruition. So it means if you have a purpose, whether you like it or not, if you don't discover it, if you have not discovered it, but you have that spiritual protection, you have that higher being, that superior intelligence that's protecting you, because it is very important you accomplish your purpose, you finally gonna be directed towards your purpose until it manifests. Now with Ruto, I personally think, as you said earlier, when you were trying to have the conversation with Mariam, I think, yes, to me, it's pure and simple manipulation. Ruto, I do follow, I think most of the people see me in a lot of Kenyans spaces. I do follow religiously what's happening, because I believe as Africans, we are one. And it's so proud to see One Africa, the youth are showing the way that, yes, so many times we have been used as people, so we need to start demanding the change that we deserve. So when I listen to the spaces, they've talked about Ruto being really smart, Ruto being really strategic. And I think this is just one way, him knowing that maybe, I don't know if the majority of Kenyans are religion or if they're Muslims. So he's trying to use that to try to get people behind him in one way or the other. So now what I think the youth, what they need to do is to counteract that action, to now see, okay, he's trying to pull all these believers. What can we do? And then maybe they can unite and say, okay, don't follow him. Because earlier on I understand you guys were like, we don't have leaders, we don't have tribes, we are all united. So I think you need to do the same and say no leaders, no tribes, no religion, to your side. So whatever Ruto is going to do is still going to fail. So that was my contribution. Thank you very much for the mic, and thank you everybody.
Au co-host wameenda kudandiana nini? Agronomist, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kibe, for the chance. So my contribution will be short. First is just to say something concerning our president and about the religion and about the Christianity. First of all, when you get to the church, you know the kind of the people you'll get in terms of majority. I think you have highlighted about the women. They are the ones who are dominating our churches, and they are there. And Ruto was very keen when he was campaigning. He was not there so that he believed in God. And I'm not here to judge him because I'm not God. But according to the action and according to what he is doing, it's very clear. He was there just to campaign, just to get the votes. Because when you get to the church halls and you start campaigning, because you'll get the majority. If you pretend you are just a Christian, you believe in God, you'll get the votes. And that is why you see that most of the politicians, they are there. They can attend like 3 churches one Sunday. Anafurahi, anatoka hapo, anaenda kwa ile kanisa ingine, anadanganya wengine, anaingia kwa ingine, anadanganya wengine. Then after getting elected, the guy turns and start doing his things according to what's supposed to be done. Because right now we had the Gen Zs who are protesting. And I agree, yes, they are tribalists. They don't support the religion, which is good. And you have said something about President Moi. Moi was very clear about churches. I think alikuwa anaenda AIC, anatoka anaongelesha watu kidogo, anaenda. We had Kibaki. But Ruto was very smart. He was playing with people's psychology. He knew what to get from these churches. Nikienda pale nichukue Biblia nisome one verse, hata kama si correct, they'll start clapping at me, they'll believe at me, and I'll be their God. That is what he wanted. But at the end, ukishampatia kula, anahepa. Anaanza kutuonyesha mgongo, sijama ni mgongo ama ni nyuma, then the middle finger. If you get to the appointee, the CSs, yes, aliwatoa, but he's doing the chafos. Alikuwa najua nikitoa like Ares Wahome, nilimwambia sisimame kiti. Yes, I was in the church and I said that usimame kiti sijui what because huko ndiko alikuwa anafanya campaign. Nitapata kura 2027. So he will change in 2027. Don't expect Ruto in church. Yes, he'll be coming now to look for the other fools because wajinga bado wako. And we have to change. If you check even in your center, in your town, you'll see like 20 churches zimejengwa hapo. Ni kelele, sometimes it is about noises. Because if you believe in God, God is in this church, God is the other church, we should not we should not have differences when it comes to praising and believing in God, because God is one if you believe in God. But when you go to these churches, they have the other policies. You can't do this, we can't do this. But when the politician come, ni anapatiwa microphone, start lying to the people. Even at the middle of the sermon, ni hata anahubiri. Ukiuliza umesikiaje, umesikia venye metoa, because churches are there, they have people. That is where the population is. If you want to get rich, have a church. There was someone who was telling us, if you want to get rich, anzisha kanisa yako, hospitali, wagonjwa bado wako, ama shule. But kanisa is where people are, is where the people, they are just giving out money. So long as
agronomist, so you're losing direction now. I want to bring you back, okay?
Yes.
So now I'm trying to put a point across here that the president and the government of Kenya, everybody who's in that government, they are not representatives of Gen Z. Okay? So this Gen Z movement does not have its own representative. So now when the Gen Z or anybody who's affiliated with Gen Z complain about the government or want the president to put in the right people in the office, then you're complaining to the wrong guy, because this is not your guy. His guys, he's showing you clearly who his people are. So even the conversation about prayer was that the president right now, in his mind, wherever he is, he knows he's a good man and he knows he's doing the right thing. Nyinyi ndio wabaya.
I agree with you, Kibe. In one way, the guy knows we are not there just to control him. It's like ni kama watoto tu. Yani it is like we are just making noise to him. Anajua, if I lose this guy, I will not be there 2027. That is it. So even if we complain, even if we talk, even if we shout, the guy can't change. And someone said, we can't train an old dog new tricks. We can't train Ruto new tricks. He knows about politics and he knows what he wanted even after getting to the churches. Hata akiweka kanisa State House, alikuwa anajua what he wanted. So even if Gen Zs want representative, they can't get from Ruto. Ruto knows what he wants. I think it is clear, Kibe.
All right. Thank you, man. I don't know whether Anthony, you're there.
Agronomist, okay. Before we end there, let me just
Anthony?
throw a spanner in the works. Unaona, when Ruto agreed to come to the space, it means he sat somewhere, and at that point, the day he agreed and the week before, as he was venye alikuwa na calculate atakuja kwa space na atasema nini, it was an affirmation for you, the Gen Zs. Ruto saying, after looking at my math, even if you are not my targeted audience, you are the future audience. Palena feel maybe you missed or you lost the ploy is after amewonesha, he only came to the space because he felt threatened. Okay?
Yes,
but
that is it.
Kuna kitu good. Wakati umerudi ukasema hii story ya kukua, nyinyi mna feel even if you give him leaders, hata wasikiza. So now Ruto, after reassessing himself, akaona you no longer are a threat to him. Why? Because you are still where he left you when he became president. When he was running for president, you guys still were 7 million plus. When he was running for president, wakifanya mahesabu yao walisema hii demographic haivotingi. Imefika rika ya kuvote but haivotingi na hainanga interest na politics. Okay? Now,
Agreed.
wakati muliandamana mkakuja State House, muliingia kwa demographic yake. Wakati mulikosa kumpe leaders, mkatoka tena. I don't know whether you're agronomist to know your point or someone else.
Yes, I see it and I agree with you. So what I can urge the people is that the only thing what we can do is that we register as the voters those who don't have IDs, they take their IDs because that is the only way. But Ruto is very smart. He's not a stupid guy. He knew now people are turning against him. So what's next? This is like Ruto is gambling.
Agronomist, let me bring you home.
Yes.
I'm very specific on you because you are a Gen Z. Now, I don't want you to believe Ruto is very smart. Unajua, with the moment tumesema hivyo, you are removing yourself from what you've achieved. You outsmarted him because you proved him wrong. The fact that you showed him you are aware, you know there is corruption, you know there's overrepresentation, you know that CDF is not working for the people, but for a few people. And CDF has been weaponized. Mulimuonesha that you are a demographic he needs to concentrate on. You are the future. Let me be very specific. Let me give you your flowers. Mulimprovia you are the future. The moment mulijitua kwa demographic is the moment you say he's smarter than you. Yet already mulimpiga checkmate moja. What you should be thinking about as I finish agronomist is how do you checkmate him again? Do you know how? Is by the moment muli penetrate parliament is because you are organized. Yes. On that day, during that week of Maandamano, as you are warming up to hit parliament and you achieved your target, you are organized. You had an objective, you had a goal, you had the drive. Then after that, muka factory reset. I don't know. I think I want to show you what you are capable of.
Agreed. Yes, I agree.
Now, if you agree, stop talking about the voters card. It is not the point you should be chasing now. It is a point, yes. But how do you checkmate him again now? Do you know how? Show him you have an organize. You still can organize and have a target that will affect him now. Stop mukimpea time ya future atawapanga. Muonesheni how do you take advantage right now when he's limping. Just try and answer me that one.
So thank you, Anthony, because let now we know that the man was down and is now down even right now. So the other thing is that it's about accountability. You know that the government is corrupt and we can't allow this government to siphon to overtax, take our tax, misuse our tax, benefit few. So that one we can't allow. So when I was saying that Ruto is smart, he just tried to play with our mind, but we are smarter than him. And we can't allow him to move forward in terms of corruption, in terms of rewarding political rejections and all those, because that is what he's doing right now. So what we can do is that we have to remain united. We have to keep fighting until to the end.
You don't believe if you have a formation, if a football team wants to score a goal, it needs a formation. It needs a striker, a goal, a striker, midfielder, defender.
Yes.
For instance, let me use the football team. I know Portugal, their lead player, they take instructions from Cristiano Ronaldo.
That is it.
So if the Gen Z today is the Portuguese team, who is your Cristiano Ronaldo? You know, the reason people fear facing Portugal is because they know there is Cristiano Ronaldo there, right?
Yes.
So who is your? Don't you believe if Ruto is Brazil, okay? Why do you want
Yes,
to continue facing Brazil without your Ronaldo, without that structure? Who's your Ronaldo? Who's your midfielder? Who's your defender? Nataka mujipe structure so that you keep on winning. That's the only thing mna miss. Na ndio unaona maandamano zenyu zinaenda zikilose momentum. Because in one
that
day
is
you say, good. So do you believe you need a structure?
yes. We need a structure. We need a structure.
Start
That is it.
acknowledging. Good. So you
Yes,
need a structure. Now,
we need a
that is what you should
structure.
be saying.
Yes,
Good. I think
but
you're getting somewhere. Mhm.
yes,
I'm listening to you, agronomist. Or you want to
yes,
another Gen Z to come in?
yes, Anthony. I think let now we need a structure.
Mhm.
And when you say that Gen Z and millennials, most of them they are leaderless, I can't go with that because we need to have a structure. The person who can be able to analyze all the challenges the users are facing, and we can be able to raise or to air our grievances to the government because we have to do so. Because if you move like that, it's like we are moving like a blind people. We don't know where we are heading. And that is why we are losing momentum, and I agree with you. So, but right now we have the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. So we can be able to make sure we understand what the Constitution give to us or even to other citizens, and to make sure the country is heading to the right direction. I think that is my submission, Anthony.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful agronomist. I want another Gen Z. Professor, you are Gen Z. Professor Fred.
Wait, Anthony, I'm here, man.
Who is talking?
The Dell.
Oh, that okay. Now between you, one of you should switch. Paul. Let me
So
talk to Paul.
okay.
I'll talk to Paul, then you, the Delta. I think something like that.
Sawa.
The Dela, sindio?
Ndio hiyo
So
sasa.
Paul. Okay, Paul, go first.
Okay, sasa
Poa.
to me I think GNZs wako sawa na tuko tunajaribu ku restructure though tume lose mahali kidogo, ambapo the more tunaendelea kujiregroup tunaenda tukififia because of our leaders, our politician wameenda beyond us na wanajaribu kutafuta mbinu zile za kutucounter juu ya hii maandamano. Kama sisi watu wa Bungoma tumekuwa tunajaribu, but huku Bungoma kuna zile tips wanatumia magoons wanaturudisha nyuma, but what I think to me tungetumia strategies kama sasa hii tukisema tuende State House ama nini vile tumekuwa on the another space tukidiscuss about going to the JKIA haiwezi make nini, so we have to go back to the ground na to ingia hata churches, because what I think I'm bitterly feeling that we have to go back to the church, because this politician used the churches to convince us that they were what on their manifestos. So we have to regroup, go and in the churches, then we occupy the churches so that we make sure each and every Sunday there is nothing working in the church.
Okay,
We have
Paul.
just to go and
Paul.
push yes.
Mute your mic kidogo. Now,
Okay.
if you can't attack everything at the same time. Okay? So if you attack the church today, you are attacking the church, you're also attacking your mothers who are in the church. Because the core of the church is women. Your mothers, your grandmothers, and your elderly fathers are in there. Okay? So now you'll have created another enemy. You're only dealing with one person who we all agree has a problem. Okay? So what you ukisema hivyo, I'll tell you, mnawasha moto mingi sana. Unajua kwa nini mnashindwa na watu wa Bungoma? Because mna fight, you are trying to fight a structure. You are trying to fight a team that has a striker, a defender and a midfielder. Yet nyinyi mnataka kukuja kwa field na mipira 4. So ni mpira gani tunafukuza? Unajua ball uchezwa na ball moja na goal 2, si ndio? So nyinyi mnataka, how do you form a team where no one is giving you instructions? That's the reason unasema hii wiki inakuja mnataka kanisa, Jkia, ofisi ya governor. Don't you feel you're in too many places at the same time? You are spreading yourself thin. Unajua kujispread thin ni nini, Paul? I assume you know. So ebuni just indulge me, nifunze.
Unajua, when you go, for example, when we are fixed to say we are going one direction, the government has got mercenaries na wanajaribu wanatumia ile nini, wakisikia tunaenda State House, they are going to occupy there so that minds zao wanaenda kushield your direction, mind yao wameweka mahali pamoja. But if I told tutaenda different to organize ourselves, tunaenda different directions in an organized manner. Siku moja tu tuko tunaingia kama tuseme ofisi ya governor, then the following day kama ni Sunday tunaingia church na okay, we know that our parents wako kwa hizo kanisa, yes, but what I feel, what we owe God is our faith and what do I say,
Paul,
tuna owe God, yes.
Do you notice how you can't articulate your own plan? Tuko kwa governor, okay, I think pia tutaenda kwa churches, okay, what I know my faith is. Umeenda kila mahali, ukamalizia na faith. Ile faith mnaenda kuataka kwa church. Let me tell you, Paul, you cannot, I want to tell the Gen Zs.
Okay, we in church we don't feel that simaanishi kwamba we are going to church to, hata kanisani unaenda tunasimama as youth, si ati tunakataa ati masa yezi enda through, but pia those priests wajue we are bitter about them kwa sababu ya hizi nini envelope wanapewa, wana behave vibaya tu, yani wanapewa pesa na alafu wanatufix sisi as youth na wana, let me say, kanisa imekuwa kama biashara na hiyo ndio inafanya tunaumia sisi kama GNZs.
Paul,
so we have to, yes.
You see, if I asked you to write an essay, a composition about your plan,
yeah.
How you think your score would be out of 30? The reason you're struggling to explain your plan and your agenda is because you don't have don't have a group that guides you. Kuna kitu inaitangwa in life guiding principles. Okay? Si hata uko na guiding principles zako.
Okay. Yes.
You know, kuna ile kitu unamkanga unasema these are my principles. Nikikwambia leo Paul, toka kwa nyumba yako uchi, utasema I'm principled, siwezi. Si ndio?
Yes.
Now, in everything in life, Paul, and I think this is what tunajaribu kuambia Gen Zs, you must be able to know, yes, you started the movement, but learn from everyone. So millennials will teach you something. Now I'm about to teach you about principles. Principles ni guiding line yako. Okay? Now, those principles, there's those tenants, hizo pillars kuguide kwa life yako. Anything you go after in your life, from the woman you'll marry to the company you'll build, you must have a plan. And that plan will need a leader. You cannot build a company without a leader. If you build your company, you'll be the leader, the vision carrier. Si ndio? Wewe ndio unajua ile kampuni unajenga. So saa hii nyinyi mnajenga kampuni inaitwa Kenya. Si ndio? But unataka kutu convince mnaweza ijenga bila mtu ule amebeba vision. Vision yenyu. What do you stand for? What are your guiding pillars? Now, a vision cannot be communicated by 20, 30 people. A vision is crafted by a few people, then communicated by one person. The same way your mind communicates to your body. Your hand does not have an independent brain,
Yes.
nor does your leg. Sindio? That's the reason when your brain
Yes.
dies, your entire body dies. You become a vegetative state. You are a vegetable because your brain is dead. Sindio?
Yes.
Paul, now I want you to think about it. I don't want you to answer me. I want you to think about it. It's called a rhetorical thing. I want you to marinate, eh? Then you come back to me. Winwe mkono tena, si ndio? Juu nipe structure.
Sawa,
Si ndio,
sawa,
Paul? Okay.
sawa, sawa.
Anthony, it's my turn. I've been waiting so much.
Okay. Go.
Ngoja. Anthony, it was me. I want to help my colleague.
Okay, help your colleague. Whoever
First of
wants to
all,
help,
Anthony,
help.
you are asking a very critical question, eh? That how can we be guided in a certain direction without someone who is giving us that which is supposed to guide us? Anthony, let me remind you first. We occupied the parliament. Did we have someone who is guiding us? Secondly,
How did you identify parliament?
Wait. Let me deal with this thing one by one. We had the hashtag Occupy Parliament, and it was just a single thing that was spread by our graphic designers. We picked it and we saw it was very reasonable since everything that we were fighting for was in the parliament. The finance bill was inside the parliament. We said now there's sense in us picking that which is the main agenda, rejecting finance bill. Where is it? In the parliament. We went to the parliament without a leader. And we've successfully achieved what we went to do. And the finance bill was down. Show me where was the leader. The reason why we Gen Zs, I as a Gen Z, we are fighting for us to be without a leader is because we don't need to be compromised. See what is happening to Azimio. See what has happened to different coalitions. When we have a single a person that we have entrusted a certain mandate or duty upon them, it becomes now a liability to us. Now, going back to our plan, he was saying we need to attack different places. I don't think if that is the right thing to do. As a Gen Z, what I think
It's Paul. It's not me.
Yeah. Paul was trying to persuade us to attack different places. That is not the right thing to do. We cannot go to a battle with the different fronts. We said yesterday, we had a very vivid, a very candid and long conversation yesterday night where we talked and we said we are going to paralyze transport system of this country come Tuesday.
Dela,
Yes.
kidogo. I want you to guide me. Zima mic yako. Now, you've said you and Paul have different strategies. That's number one. But you've also said you had a meeting yesterday where you agreed on the course. I'm a little bit lost. This meeting was on whose space?
Damn, yesterday I attended like 3 spaces. I don't know which one exactly. But there's this one space that went until very late in the midnight. I'll remember, I'll tell you. But we were talking about us going for the infrastructure, for the transport system. Some people were saying people to block Karatina, some people were going to Wayaki Way, Mombasa Road, some people Jkia. So for us to have a single purpose, when we are going to paralyze the movement of goods and services from one place to another, and in fact, very key point that we are going to attack and choke, JKIA is a very crucial ground for us to choke. Mombasa Road is another way. So when we are going to deal with this thing, we need to have a single front. I'm not saying that we have a
Okay.
different plan with Paul. The issue with the Paul is just, I think you've attacked Paul. You brought tough
No,
questions to
Dela.
Paul.
Okay.
Yes, come on.
I think I'm beginning to see your sense. Mute. I think I'm beginning to see your sense. So in this group, 3 groups that you are in yesterday, those groups, those 3 spaces are owned by not you. So you are receiving instructions from that group. So all those 3 groups agreed that you should target some certain roads. Karatina was proposed, Jkia was proposed, several roads were proposed. So all these 3 groups, coincidentally, all of them, and these people are not in the same house, they dreamt that, oh, we should all attack roads tomorrow. The next course of action is roads. So just help me up and I'm with you. You're making. I'm almost seeing your point now. I want you to tell me and us these 3 groups that coincidentally had the same message, which all of you agree with, but you're still leaderless. I'm almost getting your point, but just take me pole pole.
Now, Paul and Anthony, let me tell you something. Apart from me being a Gen Z, I've attended school. And when a particular conversation is being driven to a particular point without a leader and without an ending, you can grab 1 or 2 things that is being driven here. When a particular speaker comes on and removes a certain suggestion that is related to that which the last speaker spoke of and that which the other speaker spoke of, you come and summarize it and then you say, now this is what we are saying. And in fact, when you're looking at these spaces, the people from the top, when you're talking about let us attack infrastructure, let us attack transport system, let us do that, you see they give you 100%, they give you a thumbs up. That means that is what we are talking about. That is what we are talking about. Because if we are going to
It means those people are leaders. You've identified leadership qualities in them that you've identified and you've related with their plan. Their plan seems to have the reason all of you converge in certain spaces is because those are the most popular space. If you guys did not have a leader, and I'll challenge you, Dela, I want you to open a space tomorrow. If you are leaderless, your space should have as more people. But I think you are saying there are certain specific spaces that have more people, and those spaces give you your sense of direction. That's the reason all of you in the entire republic converge in those particular spaces. They give you direction. They give you your plan.
Anthony, I'm trying to feel where your frustrations are. I can read through what you are saying. I feel like what you're trying to tell me is what we are supposed to push for is us to have a particular people to control the narratives that we are pushing. Am I not right?
You are very right. I'm simply making you see that you have a leader. It's only that you have not believed or come to a place of saying he's the leader. But
Paul,
how all of you converge on specific spaces is because you believe that these people give you the direction. They are your water points. That's where you go to get quenched and refill yourself. If those people were not giving you direction, then even you, Dela, if you opened a space and you give good ideas, people would have come to your space. And I think if you believe in yourself as a leader, because you say you are all leaders, Dela, tomorrow I want you to open a space. I'll be your first follower.
Anthony,
I want to see how many people will come to your space.
Anthony,
Dela, just believe me, you have leaders.
it's okay. I don't have a problem with you saying we have leaders.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem
No,
with
we
you saying
also know
that.
you do.
But I am not accepting the fact that you're telling us we have leaders. We have our fallen generals. Those are our
Okay.
leaders. Our fallen generals, people who were killed in the premises of parliament. Those were our leaders. Those people who die for the cause. Those are our leaders. That which we are fighting for, we were fighting for reject finance bill. That was the leader. The cause is the leader. The purpose is what leads us. I cannot just come today and say now, since we are going to open spaces and have huge and massive followers, people to join my space, we are not going to compete. That is not a way of us conversing. I come online, I find Andrew Kibe having a space, and I see the title of that space. I come in and then I see if it is a reasonable conversation. I get into it, and if it's fruitful, I contribute. And if it's not, or I feel like it's not that fitting, I jump into another one that I feel it's safe. So it's not us having a space, it's us having a conversation as Gen Zs. It's us having a meaningful and fruitful conversation that is leading policy conversations, objective conversation, not a competition.
Okay.
Let us not converge in a specific place for us to talk about who is going to have a space and who is supposed to be. If I'm used to Andrew Kibe, in fact, I'm a huge fan of Andrew Kibe. Andrew Kibe has been having this conversation, having this. I come to his space because he talks that which I feel benefits me and benefits this country. It talks sense. That is why I'm telling you, we cannot, all of us, host spaces. We just join in that particular narrative that is going on, and then we talk about it. Do you get me, Anthony?
Okay, Della, I get you. My last question. Are you concerned that Paul, who is in Western Bungoma, does not share, you almost have the same idea, but his idea is more scattered. So do you feel for you to be effective, because you're fighting, or okay, you are facing a government that is organized? Like when they say we are going in this direction, all the people in that government follow that direction. The communication cuts across the entire country that this is what government is going to do tomorrow. But on your end, and I would like you to take this as a note, that you and Paul, who are in our space, you have the same goal, but you are targeting, you are at cross purpose. Your plan, your agenda for next week and Paul's agenda for next week are not in sync. So how would you, Della, how would you propose you guys can be able to synchronize so that you bring Paul, and there are many Pauls out there. So what would you advise would be the best strategy for you guys to be able to have, when you wake up on Monday and Tuesday, all of you are synchronized? So that if you are meeting Paul, let's say in JKIA, we don't want Paul to come to Nairobi and or whatever he's supposed to be doing, and amna mpango the same. Do you feel like you are not synchronized in your mode of going forward? And how would you say you can help make it better? How do you synchronize yourselves?
Thank you so much, Anthony. In fact, that is a very, very valid and vivid question. Very mature, very nice, very objective. Now, I want to speak to Paul and the Pauls that are out there. First of all, I don't know how often do you interact with Space and other social media platforms. If you are someone who is so much into social media, you will not have a problem grappling these things. I've been yes, the following time, the last week we're having in Maandamano, I was in Kakamega, and currently right now the previous Maandamano I was in Kisumu, and we are preaching the same thing to our people. Now, what I'm trying to advise Paul is this. Paul, please be very conversant, be very frequent to these spaces, and watch where you are as an individual. For you to be guided well, you need to listen. You need to be a person. If a Gen Z, you need to, as a Gen Z, I need to read, and I need to be so much into listening. You must listen first before you make an assumption of something. First, now, Paul, you are telling me you are in Busia. Did you say you are in Busia, Paul? In Bungoma. Now, and you said, Bungoma, you're being affected by the issues of goons. Remember Raila Odinga, that old Mughal, political Mughal from Nyanza region, hired goons in Siaya to sabotage our Maandamano.
Paul, unapotea.
Yes.
Mute your mic. Unapotea.
Paul, are you listening? Yeah, okay. Remember Raila Odinga?
No, Della, mute your mic. Della, mute your mic. Della. Now, if Paul, now you are talking to Paul, mute your mic. If you're talking to Paul specifically, I want you to know there are 100,000 Pauls out there. The fact that 100,000 people don't have the message, your core message should be alarming to you. Now, Paul and the Gen Z movement is like a classroom. A classroom can only be taught by one teacher at a time. Now, I think what you should be realizing, Della, and this is something you should suggest in your other group, is how do we have one classroom so that when we are being taught on our next move next week, me and other 100,000 Pauls, you remember like tunasemanga, that one sheep that was lost, I want you to be the good shepherd. Now, Paul is your lost sheep. So we are bringing Paul back to the fold. Now, we need Paul and other 100,000 Pauls to be in one classroom so that the teacher, akisema 1 + 1 is 2, you all know the answer is 2. Ndio kusikue na haja ya Dela kwenda kutafuta Paul kwa klasi ingine kumwambia bade tuliambia 1 + 1 ni 2. Am I making some sense to you? So I want you to sit down, Dela, and instead of looking for Paul right now, I want you to craft how all of you can have a common messaging platform so that you be effective. The future of this country depends on how effective you guys are.
Thank you, Anthony. Anthony, I think what I'm going to talk about, because what you're saying is totally true, and it's very genuine. Now, what I'm going to say is this: we are going into these spaces till late in the night, and we are contributing differently. People have different way of viewing things. Now, if you are telling me we are going to have a particular a group of people that are going to make us talk about a certain direction. Now, we might not have leaders, but right now, Anthony and Andrew, here in this space, you people give us guidance. Andrew Kibe has written here Saturday night for old people. If it was all the people who are hosting spaces, we are having a topic that is headed towards that which we want. Now, let me give you an example. What I might now say, like to all of the people who are going to hold spaces, just in this group and other groups. Let us be people who, if you are going to have a conversation about the movement on Tuesday, let us have topics that are leading to Tuesday. That is what I think. If we can have topics that are leading to Tuesday, things that are going to make people bring on suggestions that are going to enhance what we do and facilitate what we do on Tuesday efficiently, that I think that is what we are supposed to do. Not like me going to look for. I come into a space, I find Andrew Kibe writing there, Tuesday plans. My submissions, all my submissions.
So you believe Della? You see, Andrew Kibe has an organized classroom. You might not have leaders because a class can have several teachers, but we need you in a common room. I think that should be your take home, because I want to give Maina and Ole some time. Maina and Ole some time. Okay, Ole to be able to contribute and Professor here as you think about the classroom thing. Sindio? So you can mute your mic, then Maina.
It's Ole.
Maina Maikunu. Yeah. You take the mic.
I was to take it first. It's me. So Anthony, it's me. Anthony, it's me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So, and I hope you're not going to rush me like electric train. You have spent a lot of time with those guys. So this is my point. First and foremost, I'm very, very, very happy that we're having these engagements and these conversations. It is making me feel a breath of new life in this country. Because as you have learned throughout the years, we have been very silent. And I don't know if it's only me who can see this, but I want you to know this, guys. We had this chance of going to the Maandamanos it was a golden chance that we got. It was given, that was golden. And it will be very unlikely to have such a chance again to even go to the parliament and everything. Because at this moment, as we all know, they are very awake and very alert. Because you even saw the introduction of the Kenya Army in the streets. So this is my take home. For the longest time, we as youths, we have kept silent. We didn't care even about the political affairs of the country. Si tulikuwa tunasema it's for the old people, let them deal with their own shit. We thought it was not part of us. But I think it reached a point that the youths thought that this is going in the wrong directions, while we are watching. And so everybody, the political class was very shocked, so to say, because they never thought the youth could have so much power to do what they did. They could attack the so-called parliament and everything. They never saw that coming. So we got a chance to bring now to forge ahead as the youths, and for us to be noticed. That is one thing we should applaud ourselves so much about. Even the vice president Ashago is talking about, we have heard you now, don't say no more. So what I'm going to say is this. First, we need to know that about this movement. It's not about people, the so-called leaders. Because if it was for leaders, we and the age bracket of the Gen Zs, I want to say it's not all about the Gen Zs, because people like Kibe is not a Gen Z. So many of us here are not Gen Zs in the spaces. It's a movement that brought all people who are tired by the running of the affairs of the countries together, and then to bring a united front going forward, which is very, very good. So what is my take? We have always talked about the leaderless, the tribeless, and all that. My take, what I'll like to put it is this. For if we don't talk about the leaders, yes, it's a very, very good idea. I'm not against that 100%. It's very good. But what if we change the narrative of a leader and then we say representatives? You get my point? That this is people representing the Gen Zs, the millennials, and everything, and the tired people. These are people who are going to represent us in those forums, in those table talks, or whatever. So that those people will not feel that power that they are leading us. Remember, when you choose somebody to be a leader, somebody is calling the shots. When we say that is a representative, it's somebody who is talking on our behalf. It's somebody that we can call out and tell them that is not what we agreed that you're going to bring on the table. That is not our take. So we have decided you're not going to present us anymore. Leave this to this and this. There are so many people who can represent us. By now it's very easy to identify them. That is not rocket science. Everybody can know that this guy can do this. This guy means good, unless, in this country we have that fear of people being compromised. Unless people come here with interest, that they'll pretend to be so much of to be on the people's side, but when they reach on those positions, they get compromised, and now they forget the cause. Unless those people decide to do that, we need those representatives. And I don't think by now anybody would like to be compromised. Everybody is for this cause. Everybody is for the change. Everybody is for the betterment of this country. So let me digress a little bit, kidogo tu, but still on the same topic. I want to bring the church thing that we have been talking about the entire night. Remember, when the European came, they found a country, or rather a continent that was so much united, very united. Remember that. So what they did, after going back the report, remember those people who came before and they were like, they came to explore Africa. So they brought a report back to their parliaments, and they said, these people, they are very united, but there is one thing that we can bring them, the gospel. It was easy for them to use the gospel because you see, when you bring up the gospel thing, people think you are very peaceful. But what did they do? They brought the gun on the other hand. This is my point. So that thing has been taken by our current leaders, the African leaders, after the Europeans have had
Ole,
yes,
kidogo,
yes,
mute kidogo.
all right.
You see, we had made very good progress. We were now improving the Gen Z movement. We were getting that entire topic of the church and nini was to bring us to this point, okay, of how do we make Gen Z the efficient train it should be, okay?
Yeah,
So I want you to be on that line.
yeah.
Is how do we not go back on the mistakes that we clearly agree have been happening? How do we become efficient?
Thank you. That's where my point on I was coming with my point about the churches.
I want you to make it so that we bring in Professor Fred. Okay.
That's what I'm doing. So when the politicians knew that when you bring up the gospel aspect of life, nobody would fight that. Talk of the current pastors that you have known, very corrupt, doing shitty things. You have seen them on TikTok doing nonsense, but because they are riding on another narrative of gospel, nobody is daring to talk about that. So what the leaders do, they will hide under that. So they will come to churches, they will address in churches because they know that place cannot be attacked. So this is my point. Allow me to touch on this. You see, in mosque, there is no leader allowed to talk. You get? So, or if we as the citizens would bring this thing to the churches and say, well, this is supposed to bring the gospel home, not the politician. Let us deal with the politician as the church, and that way the politicians will not use that. Remember, as much as we are awake, us as the Gen Zs, they are the old folks, our parents, I'll give a perfect example of like yesterday when the CS was brought back, they were home. You could see people cheering and they were very happy. You'll be very surprised to know it was the old folk because they still believe in those people as demigods. But if we could bring right to them that these people are our representatives, they are our servants, that is where we are going to break the ceiling down, So this is my point.
Ole.
Yep.
Ole,
Yep.
mute kidogo. You see, when a dog is chasing a rabbit, a hunting dog is chasing a rabbit, it picks a specific rabbit at a time. Even when a lion is hunting, it picks a specific wildebeest, a specific antelope. Now, you need to have such a strategy where you deal with one problem, you hunt down one problem until it is successfully tackled. Now, if you start introducing too many fires, you'll end up with too many issues you are tackling, and you will lose the goodwill you have right now. Right now, you're enjoying a lot of goodwill. So you started with the finance bill, you tackled it to the ground. You went to the cabinet, you became confused kidogo, and the same cabinet came back, but half of it. So now what you should be saying is, how do we make sure that the next 11 will not be like the first 11? Okay? Because already when the first 11 was named, you saw that you've lost something. So the question we should be tackling, you guys should be tackling now, is how do we reclaim this win? So I don't want you to start to hunt too many things at the same all at once. I want you to be specific. This is what we are hunting, and this is how we are going to hunt it. And let me bring you home. There's a reason you guys are saying this coming week you're occupying roads. Okay? Do not shift. Don't shift your goalpost too many times. You will lose. You will lose the deer you have chasing the antelope you don't have. Okay? So once you need to say, once you are done restructuring this part of Kenya, now we can go to the next part. That would be my take to you. I don't know what you feel about it. That's the reason we are saying it's a Saturday for old people. I think we are trying to put that wisdom in you.
I get that point, Anthony. So this is what I'm saying. We already know. Let me bring a narrative of a kid. Let me give this example. Where if you're a parent and you have a kid in the house, and the kid is crying for the remote to change the TV that you're watching, probably your favorite news or whatever your program. Being smart as the older person, you remove the battery from the remote and give the kid to operate without the battery. Will it operate? No. So this is what I'm saying with this. So Ruto knows, because he has gotten our attention. And remember, Ruto, he's a very, very experienced politician. We can't argue about that. And he has mastered the art of manipulation, whereby I will give you what you think you want, but I'll not give you what you want. You get that point?
Okay, Ole, I want you to go to your point.
Yeah.
Because it's getting late, so that we hear from as many people as possible.
Yeah.
So that we're able to tackle various things.
Okay, my
point. I give you 3 minutes.
Okay, my point is this. So we already know that Ruto could not have brought another breed of cabinet, CS, okay? Because it's been proven. We were waiting for that. It's like recycling the previous one and bringing on a new one, quote in quotes, is not new. So this is it. Because according to him, he gave us what we wanted, but he didn't give it actually. So this is my point. What we need to do is this. Let us show that we were serious with this cause, that yes, we said we don't want this cabinet, but you still brought in. People are celebrating that you brought them in, but you're not happy with them. So we want to show you that we mean this. That is what I want to say. So going forward, we don't relent. We push forward with our agendas. We have those representatives bring our issues home, say this is what we wanted, this was never achieved, we still want more. That's what I think.
Oh, okay, thank you. Professor, I think it's Professor, then Harman, then Aquidan, in that order. So Professor, go first. Professor Mondi. Okay, I think he's not there. Harman.
Can you hear me, Anton?
Yes, I can hear you, Harman. It's Harman, then Aquidan. So Harman, go.
So, thank you very much. I've been listening to how you've been addressing the speakers. It's very nice. But I think there is something you are trying to push, which of course I don't agree with it. You are trying to push so that we can have something like leadership, which is not okay. What I believe in is that this Gen Z movement has just a very one strong pillar, and the pillar is made of being leaderless, partyless, tribeless, and fearless. That's the strongest pillar I believe in this movement. Because what I know, by the time the Gen Zs will come out and say that we have leaders and so, whether they are in a group or not, by the time that will happen, I think it will mark the weakness of the organization of Gen Z. But what I think should happen because I believe that what we started as Gen Zs can be achieved just in a simple way. What I think we need as Gen Zs is to have some principles to guide the movement, because as for now, I have been listening to various speakers, and some people are saying we should occupy the JKIA, some to occupy sijui governors offices, very many places, sijui roads, but that one is like, it's not right. Occupying JKIA has nothing to do with this. What I think we should do, we should have a principle to guide the organization, because
Thank you. Haman, 1 minute. I want us to have a conversation. Now,
yes.
you are talking about something I like, principles. You need guiding principles. So how do you get those? Who will give you those principles? Tell me that, so that we start solving a problem. Who will give you the guiding principles?
You know, to spot someone, we cannot spot a specific person to give out the principle. Like now we are on a space, and we have several people with the different viewers. We can come and have a one space with very many people, and we give out viewers, and from different speakers, we can just create principle to guide the organization. You don't have to choose a specific person.
Haman,
Yes.
how do you get to that space you're talking about? Do you have a suggestion? Do you have a suggestion? Because you have a good idea.
How we can?
That
How
space,
we can?
the space you're saying that you can go to, so that people bring their views. Can you suggest a space? Which space do you think is best for you people to go to? Give me 3 spaces where you feel most people can come and give you those principles. Because your idea is good.
Spaces. Three
Give
spaces.
me 3 spaces where you can go.
3 spaces, but we have different people who always.
Just give me 3. Give me three names.
There is one for KOT. One is for Kibe. Kibe always has a space. Then another one, sometimes Kimuzi.
Now, why have you said what makes those 3 spaces you've picked? Nini inafanya uzipende? Nini unafanya ufeel ya Kibe, ya KOT na ya Kimuzi? Nini imefanya uzichague? Ni kama venye ukienda kwa duka hizi ndizo keki umechagua. Si umechagua sababu labda ni tamu ama inakushibisha. Nini imefanya uone hizo spaces 3 ni nzuri?
Akina kitu kizuri kwa hizo spaces, but kitu imenifanya nizichague is just because I feel someone like Kibe or KOT or Kimuzi, they have a lot of followers, so immediately they will call for a space to mean so very many people will be accessing the space, and we need numbers.
Okay, thank you. Now I want us to go together. This sasa iko point yetu ya mwisho. Ndio tupe mtu ndio akuida naongee. Unafikiria wako na followers wengi kwa nini? Nini imefanya watu hawafollow? Kuna kitu unafikiria nini imefanya watu wafollow Kibe, KOT na Kimuzi?
KOT na Kimuzi.
Na hata Kibe. Nini imefanya watu wengi hata mimi na wewe tu wafollow?
The reason as to why they have many followers. You know, let us say, for example, someone like Kibe, when Kibe has a space, and because I've been listening to him in various spaces, is somehow, even KOT, the way they brought out the idea to the listeners, the way they brought out it, it's like they have some qualities of leadership and they can guide, because someone can have an idea about how to explain.
I've lost you. Aquidan. Aquidan, you can speak. Aquidan, you can speak. Okay. Glass King. Glass Kigen.
Anthony.
Ni Kigen anaongea? Who's talking? No. I just want to know who's talking.
Glass King is talking.
Okay, go ahead, Glass King.
I don't know how to start, because I've had so many people sharing their views, and I've heard you questioning so many things. I've heard you questioning their thought process and trying to focus on a plan. But I want to take you back first. Understand that this is a movement. This is not a military coup or something we're organizing that is so structured. This is a movement that tries to communicate things to the government. And as I remember on Tuesday when we tried to reach the parliament premises, there was no leader. However, amongst ourselves, someone would shout, "We go forward, we are going forward." People were just randomly going everywhere. We are retreating and going forward. And from that, eventually the police had to go back to parliament as the movement was keeping going, and people are saying reject finance bill, reject finance bill. That was the point then and there. Right now, we seem confused because there's so many people sharing their thought process, so many people trying to put details where there is no need to put details. When we focus to the genuine things that we are talking about is that we want accountability, we want good governance, and that's it. We don't want someone to tell the government that one person goes there and make a dialogue on our behalf. We just want to communicate. How we communicate maybe in the street is by doing demonstration. How the demonstration will happen is so random, but we should have principles. And the set of principles, my thought process would be no looting, no vandalizing, no violence. That's it. Just people protesting and communicating.
So Glass, I have a question.
Yes.
So how do we decide on these principles?
It's genuine communication, like for the same feeling that we are saying.
How do we decide? How do we decide? Because I think the issue here, and maybe what you guys don't seem to be understanding, is that you cannot move. There's nothing else to do right now for Gen Z unless you guys identify who's giving the instructions. Because you guys are having a problem because there are too many instructions. True or not true?
True. Let me tell you why. The reason why.
Hold up. Let me finish my thought process. Then you can jump in. Okay. Yeah. Because right now the problem is there are too many instructions. So you don't know which instruction to follow, and you don't know which one has power. You don't know which one is going to give results. There are too many instructions. And as long as there are too many instructions, then there's dilution of whatever it is that you're doing, it's diluted. So who came up with the idea of this or that or that? Is it really your idea? So even these principles that you're talking about, whose principles are they? And who has decided these are the principles? So without that, then you're just chasing your tail, because who's going to town on Tuesday? What are we going to town to do? What are we annoyed at? Have we agreed on some of those things? Because that's the whole idea. The whole idea is you see, and just mute your mic for a second. So the whole idea here is this, is the strength of the movement. But the strength of the movement has to come from one central location, which is what we've been trying to do here. All these people who believe they have a stake in this come in here and we give one instruction. This is the instruction. Watu watoke Nairobi, watoke Bungoma, watoke Mombasa, watoke wapi, watu wa congregate place moja, waseme hapa ndio tunakaa sasa. This is where we make our stand. And this is what we want. Something clear. Lakini si ati mugawanyike watu 50, there are 50 different locations. No, that doesn't work. That is anarchy. So that's a conversation that I would want to have, because I really want to be part and parcel of changing the narrative, because Gen Z have the opportunity for us to change that narrative. We can now change our country from being a corrupt country into a first world country that has nothing to do with corruption. We can change all these things, because right now Gen Z have been given like a clean slate. Hakuna kitu watu wamefanya saa. You don't be lied to. You're seeing Ruto and Raila running around like headless chicken. It's because the power still exists. The power that is the Gen Z movement, it still exists. Gen Z can turn around this country in a second. But Gen Z wana need collaborations. Gen Z wana need kuwork na watu pamoja. You must come together and work with other people. Ile kitu naleta ni nguvu. Kuna kitu ingine mtu analeta. So hiyo kukataa kuwork na watu, because that's what everybody else is telling you. Everybody who's not a Gen Z is telling you, hey, listen, we are seeing an opportunity here. That's what everybody is saying. We're seeing the opportunity here. Why aren't you guys allowing us to work together? Because as long as you say there's no need for leadership, then millennials and Gen X are not going to work with you guys. Because where do they come in? Are they going to come and be under you guys? No, they have to come and offer their experience and their leadership. So if you guys are saying you don't need that, then where do they come in? How do they come in? Are they going to come in and just stand by the sidelines? Of course not. And if they pull away, what do they pull away with? They pull away with their resources. So hata mukienda tao na amna backing ya millennials na Gen X na amna hizo resources zao, then how are you going to get anything done? So any game is strategy. It's a strategic game. You must learn who do you want as your ally. When America is going to war with a country, they first look for allies. They go to France, they go to UK, they go to Germany, they tell them, hey, listen, us guys are going to war with this person. Are you on my side? So that when shit hits the fan, I know I can depend on you. I know my attack is not coming from here. I want you guys to understand, there are two classes in Kenya. There's the political class and there's the others. Okay? There's a political class and there's the other. That's why these guys who become super rich, they have to work with the political class. Now, the church is part of that political class. Others are everybody else. Gen Z has come with a third vehicle. And that's the vehicle that we're trying to all make sure it gets to where it's going. Lakini kuna watu kaa gaidho wanatoa miguu. Wanasema hii gari haifai iende, tuacha tutoe miguu. Umetoa pumps, katoi kanono na kaona kakifinya tube pale itoke pressure.
Aye.
So so that we don't go too much back and forth, because I saw there is that fear. I mean, there's the fear. There's a propensity for us to fall back into complaining about what the government has or has not done for us. No. We are looking at the future. The same future that Kibaki saw, the same future that Raila saw, the same future that Ruto saw. All these futures are the same future that we are seeing for ourselves now. Ndio kwa maana hii kitu haina uoga. So watu mnasema, our leaders are going to, why, and you're doing it in public. These guys did it in public, and now they're running the country. Hii uoga mko nao mmetoa wapi? Where did you get this fear? They did it in public. Do it in public. without fear, that nobody, where there's a record, you are not afraid. Leadership is not something you need to be shy of, that you need to speak about it in hushed tones and be afraid. So that's where we are. I think we're at an impasse. So now, tumefika mahali, it's a fork in the road. All of us are here at that fork. There is the Gen Z with their wonderful movement, full of all the potential in the world. And then there's the millennials and the Gen Xers who are here asking them, hey, what's up? Are we doing this? So it's up to you guys to decide. I think we've kissed this ass for too long. We've kissed this ass for too long. Nikaa dem tu, ukiuliza dem, hey, ni aje, ina make, I make, bas. Tujue vile tunafanya. Na ndio nilisema jana, hey, either tufanye hii kazi, ama turudi kuongea stori za madem, vile tumeambiwa na Wanjiro, turudi stori za ngono na za marasa na vitu kaa hizo. We pretend like this never happened. Who was I talking to, Anthony? It was Glass.
It's Keegan. And Keegan, Keegan, yeah. And Glaskin, let me just tell you one thing. The leader you choose, you are not choosing him for the primary reason to talk to government. You are choosing him to give you direction. That should be the primary thing. Usisema ati tukimchagua tumemtuma kwa Ruto. No. Go on, Keegan. Keegan. Okay, I think.
Can I speak?
Yeah, sure.
I understand the ideas you're putting front. We need a leader that can tell us the way forward. But what we are forgetting is that we're dealing with politicians. The reason why we seem confused on the second Maandamano, it seems that all our movement is being penetrated by people who are trying to bring divisive. They're using political tactics. They are bringing you, seeing that we look like we have so many things we are doing. Occupy church, occupy parliament, go to jail. Those may be not even Gen Z. They are trying to bring confusion to the entire community. Gen Z's hearts are very simple and pure, and their thought process is very easy to understand. They are people who have pure heart. They want accountability, they want good governance, they want Kenyans to succeed. But within that, you'll find politicians are trying to put different narratives so that we become confused. What I can say,
Glass.
Yes.
Glass. I want you to ask yourself a very simple question.
Yes.
The reason it's easy to penetrate the Gen Z movement, and it's not easy for the Gen Z to penetrate the government movement and all these other people you are seeing are penetrating you, is because you are dealing with people with structures. So before you penetrate that structure, a structure is like a house. Okay? So you guys being leaderless, you have so many entry points. You have no boundary, you have no fort. So the moment you get leaders, you guys become the fort, because you know if the message is not coming from this specific direction, that message is not factual.
And this is now coming to my conclusion. Now, Gen Zs don't have leaders, and we will remain not having leaders. But what we want, we want the other millennial to join in, to provide the leadership. We want the older generation to join this movement. It should not be a title that this is Gen Z movement. We want direction from the upper class. You will not find a Gen Z talking about politics from January to Monday. They don't know who's the leader, who is even their governor, who is their MCA. But their genuine thought process is simple. They want good governance and they want something is right. Now, this is the time for the upper, the X, the millennials, the baby boomers to step up and say, we support this by doing this and this. We can do this. Gen Zs are the engines, they are the people who will go on the ground. They were the people who are not, they are fearless. They don't care if Ruto is there or not. But they might need some support from the upper class by telling them, we support you. We will be there. Don't do this, don't do this. And for the goons, how can we tackle them? You put structures, maybe people in 20. That's how they need. They are leaderless. They don't want to be infiltrated by people because you will not find a Gen Z becoming a leader and other Gen Zs follow them. It's very hard. If you see on a type of our behavior, you'll find us in town taking pictures. People are so chaotic and random and doing their own things. See, from the way we dance, free in the anguka nayo. We are free. We cannot have a thought process that can lead to it, but we have the engine to tell you the truth that this is wrong and this is right. But we would expect it to get it from an
Blasky,
older generation who will tell us that follow this. You get? We are like babies. That's the point.
I get
We
you.
get
I get you.
if we
I
get
get
the
you.
older people supporting this movement which has already started, the entire country, Ruto will go down. And there will be no shade
Okay,
of
I
blood.
get you.
There will not be a shade of blood. If the older people, our parents, will come out, the ex will come out, every generation will come out and tell we are frustrated with this government. And it's just pure. You will not hear of politics, you will not hear of tribalism, you will not hear of all these things being used by politicians because we are playing into their own tune. They are using our older generations by
Blasky,
telling this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong, looting is wrong, and then we become the victim. We are the victims and we are the saviors at the same time. You get where we are, our frustration is
Blasky,
coming. Yes.
Blasky. Good, you've nailed it. Don't add any even a a comma to that to how you finished it. Okay,
Okay.
I get you. I'm a millennial. I get you. I understand. I now understand where you're coming from. You know, before we would this conversation me and you are having, it would not have gone this long before insults came in. Now I'm happy because we are talking with each other, not at each other. So thank you very much, Glaskin. I appreciate your input. So will you allow me to give? There was Professor Fred Omondi, so that we get to hear what he has to say.
Okay, thank you.
So Prof, you can jump in.
Thank you so much, Anthony and Kibe. Actually, I've been concentrating on this conversation here. And what I want to say, I want to echo your sentiments, Anthony and Kibe. This movement is fine, but what they need now is to have allies. We as millennials, we are ready to join, and we are supporting this movement 100%. You remember what happened like 2-3 weeks ago? It was spontaneous. The movement, the Gen Z occupied the CBD and moved all the way to parliament, and things happened. And so Ruto became attacked, and he was even unable to move around the country because he panicked. And so that's what you want. Because I heard another speaker here talking about voter, whatever, taking IDs and voters or whatever. We don't have that time. We cannot even allow this person that opportunity to reach 2027. We need to change this country as early as today. Not even, we are not even anticipating to continue these kind of things you are seeing, corruption and what have you, pride, arrogance. So what we need to do, we need to advise the Gen Z to allow us, the millennials and Gen X, to be their allies. And then what we do, we have a peaceful thing, and we work out on a formula. They're saying that the Gen Z are saying that they remain leaderless. But once we join as millennials and Gen X, we have to strategize. We have to come up with what we call a command structure, because you cannot operate as a leaderless entity and succeed. You see, this despot in power is using NIS and other security operatives to infiltrate this movement. and even the goons, and even right now, I'm very sure even we have these operatives in these spaces right now. They're listening to what we are saying and what have you. It's not bad. Let them listen so that they can go and warn their boss that this movement is a very serious one. But let us have a command structure whereby
Is it me or Prof? Prof has gone. Glaskin, can you hear me?
We have lost him.
Okay. So let me give it to Akwidan, the guy with the tomboya picture.
Anthony, can you hear me? Anthony, can you
I'd
hear me?
lost you. Is it Professor? Yeah.
Yes, Professor got lost.
Akwidan kidogo tu.
So,
Okay. Akwidan, no. Akwidan, go on.
yes, I hope all of you are fine. My issue is hapa tumekuwa tukibonga sana about this movement, and Mr. Lambistic have always been online. Kitambo kidogo alikuwa na some consistency, but siku hizi amekuwa ametulia sana. I don't have to give us direction. Amekuwa ametulia, ni kama amekuwa Lambistic. I guess Kibe should not be straightforward kama vile alikuwa anataka guys who
Uko mbali karibia sikusikii.
anasemaje? Sasa unanisikia? Hi, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you, but your voice is muffled.
I don't get to know what could be the problem.
Now it is okay.
Yes,
No, it is okay.
I was saying this. Hapa tumekuwa tukibonga mingi about this movement. Now the plan was, from the word go, these guys have been corrupt. Our politicians have become stupid guys who are stealing right, left, and center. And the plan was, we go to parliament, reject the finance bill. That one we did. The other course of action was to remove all the CSs. And you can see Ruto ametucheza ufala. He removed some, akarudisha wengine. Slay queens wake wako hapo. Yesterday, you saw akisema akuwe reinstalled pesa za kulipia bibi yake wafanyikazi wa the office of the first lady. Hiyo ni kitu tulisema iwezekani. Huyu msee amekuwa akicheza na pesa yetu, so going forward tunafaa tu mobilize si wote, tuache kusema occupy Kisii, occupy Kitui, occupy Nairobi, occupy anywhere. Mpange siku yenye tutapatana Nairobi si wote, we march to State House because this guy have been kidnapping us. Amekuwa akituua, wengine ni hao wameenda kutupa kwa kwari. Tukiulizia anaenda nashika msee mmoja, sijui ni kulipwa alilipwa, wakakuwa wanatupeleka narrative za ujinga. Hata ukitry kufollow the story zao, they don't add up. So these guys will fuck our minds. So as for me, I don't know, it is a
Akwidan, I've lost you. Jiwatu, can you hear me?
Hey, Anthony, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, because I've lost Akwidan. Good. Okay, there's a guy who has been here for long. Let me give him the mic, then we come to you.
Okay, man.
A guy called Msema Kweli. Msema Kweli, take the mic.
Asante kunipa mic. First of all, I want to just be in agreement with a lot that has been said here. Gen Z, we need everybody who is thinking in the same line. Whether need Gen X, Millennial, Nini, now anybody who is willing to support allies, like Kibe alisema. A few weeks ago, me personally, I was in the camp where I was saying, let's stay leaderless. But movement changes, times change, tactics have to change, and agendas have to change. We have to be fluid. We have to be open-minded. I think sasa tuko pahali, yes, we need leaders. As a matter of fact, I think we should start to be open to watu wakikuja hapa space, mtu aseme anataka kulead kivipi, na aanze kucampaign na kuanza kuambia watu how they can lead in with their own way, whether ni kwa county yao, whether ni wapi, whether ni fundraising, whether whatever it is, however they want to campaign. We think we need to be open to that so that we can have a direction. Kwa sababu the guys we are fighting are not, we cannot underestimate our opponent. Like Kibe alisema, this political class, the way I like to think about it is these people, it's like slaves. We are the slaves in in their plantation. That's their thinking. Their thinking is we are the slaves in their plantation. And hata sasa kaa hii story ya Ruto ku reappoint these guys, the way I see it is he's probably just laughing over there saying, hey, our slaves bana wame revolt. I need to crush them. Wanafikiria wao ni kina nani, you know? So I think that's his thinking. But then I think there's also another thinking, well, maybe kuna watu wanamwambia, hey, na hawa slaves this time, unajua inaonekana kaa wanaweza shinda. Sijui, you know, I don't know. So now it's upon us. Sisi, jeshi tuko nayo. So now it's how do we channel this jeshi to accomplish the mission? Kenya shida yetu ni corruption. If you think about the logic of violence, why would I work hard? Why would I work hard, provide value to society, while I can just come and steal from you and nothing, you'll do nothing. I can come and shaft you and you'll do nothing, you know? So that's kind of where they are. That is where the political class is. They have shafted us, and so kusema ati Kenya ati the kazi unafanya ama nini or whatever, it's pointless. Actually, in the Kenya we have had, it's been smarter to be a thief. Yeah, kwa sababu when you're a thief, I don't have to work. I can just come and become a politician or become the head of whatever, or become the pastor and just shaft my slaves, and they will do nothing. So this is the time for us. The slave rebellion is here, and this time we are not putting down our weapons. So that's all I'm saying. So we are winning. We will win, but we need to get organized. We need to be tactical. We need to keep an eye on what they are doing. We need to be open to leaders kukuja in any way you can lead. Mtu akitaka kucampaign hapa, yes, sema, we're going to need organization, we're going to need funding, we're going to need agenda setting, we're going to need a way to conserve our energy till this battle is won. So just wanted to say I agree with a lot of what's been said. Even Mimi, I'm evolving this thinking and seeing we need to be able to outlast our enemy here, and we cannot lose this fight.
Thank you, Mr. Makwele. So I want the next order to be KK Paul, Linus, then J Watu, in that order. So KK Paul, go.
Thank you, Anthony. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, and also thank you, Andrew, and everyone who is in this space. Now, my take on this is, yes, the Gen Z started this one, and they showed us the direction. We cannot afford to sit back and see the movement fizzle out, or wait until the political class makes sure that the organization doesn't have direction, because definitely that is what the political class is doing at the moment. I know they are burning the midnight oil, making sure that there is all manner of division. They are even sowing their own bloggers in the X spaces and everywhere, so that at least they make sure that we don't accomplish what we intended to accomplish. But now, this is the way I think. Number one, we need direction. Yes, the movement doesn't have any clear direction at the moment, solely because there is no leader. But definitely, we need to have a direction, and this is what I'm thinking about. Now we have all these X spaces that are happening. There is Andrews, there is MCP Peter, there is KOT. Those X spaces need to remain, but beyond the X spaces, beyond what we are speaking in these X spaces, some people, we need to give some people mandate that this is the X space for Andrew Kibe. You've given you mandate, and your co-host and everyone else who is at the up there. We give you the mandate to correct the advices that you are giving. Because yes, we may be millennials or X, but we need to give direction to these Gen X because they have the energy to come out there and make sure that they accomplish the purpose. So that is what I think. Again, we need to give the mandate to these people in our X spaces to talk to the other people who are hosting the other X spaces, so that at one point they can, coalesce and bring out what the public is saying. This will help in one thing. For example, if you say that you are occupying JKIA or the port or whichever other place, let the efforts of everyone be concentrated on that, so that we don't have a case where we are stretching ourselves thin, making sure that we are everywhere at the same time. Our effort and our impact will not be felt that way. So we need to concentrate so that cable which we choose can go and sit, even beyond the X spaces now, and say, let us now guide our audiences that tomorrow we are going here, we are going to JKIA, we are occupying the whole of Mombasa Road, Mlolongo, all the way to the airport, such that there is no business which will happen in that sector. We will be felt, our impact will be felt more better if we do that. Now, secondary, and this is what I'm also thinking, that at some point, there needs to be a conference. A national conference, be it at Uhuru Park or somewhere else, and let it be open.
KK.
Yes, please.
KK.
Yes.
Now, I think it's my suggestion would be, let's first of all, like where you ended it. We first of all, as we coalesce, let's first of all tackle the short term. The next week.
Yes.
Then after we've achieved the small steps, then now we can go into the national conference. When you go to the national conference, you're also almost suggesting we have what is called like an AGM.
Yes.
Good. So before we go there, let's just because I'm seeing the hour is gone, we give a chance to Linus, then Jwatu, because they are the Gen Zs. As we know what we want, we need to understand what they want.
Good. Thanks, Anthony. I think then I would leave it there and ask everyone in these spaces to go towards that. Talk to other key men in other spaces and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go Linus, Jwatu, then Brian.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are gone.
Thank you, Sana Anthony. So, me as a Gen Z, naonelea kuwa having a leader is not a solution, but what the solution is tutoe uoga kwa wale wasi. Unajua wasi wengi waliingiwa na uoga time waliona wenzao wakiuliwa, waliingiwa na uoga hiyo day waliona wasi wengi wenzao wakiuliwa. So the main problem, let's say kuna wase wanajitambua, yes, Gen Z wanajitambua, lakini kuna wengine wale wengi wameingiwa na uoga. So let's find a way on how tutawa encourage na watoto hiyo uoga, to bring pamoja, and then we march to state house. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Linus, thank you. You see, every time, Linus, you say let's find a way, you're passing a mandate. It means you're saying we need someone to tell us venye tutatoa uoga. Okay, hiyo ndo kitu unadu, unasema nataka mtu atatushow venye tutatoa uoga. And let me tell you, and I respect your opinion, bro. I respect your opinion. But kitu moja pia imefanya, unajua mlianzisha movement Gen Z, but I think mlimiss
Anthony,
that
can I say something?
Mliresonate na wase wengi sana.
Kindly, if I am
Actually, I'm going
enough.
to give you who's talking. Who's talking? So Linus, wakati mulianza mulishika aspirations za wase. Una get?
Yeah.
So lazima mkwe willing
So
ku move forward now
I've listened
wote.
to this.
But anyway,
I've listened to this conversation for
now I don't know who's talking. I think it's John. John, you always wait for me to say John. You say I'd said Linus, then I think Jaiwatu dropped. So it's our John, but next time I think just wait. Okay. So John, go. Oh, Jaiwatu is still on the nini. So John, watch a Jaiwatu end then you. So Jaiwatu, go on. Jaiwatu, are you still
Can you
there?
hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can
Hi.
hear you. Go on.
Yeah. Mine is just a few points. I had like 3 points. I had like Linus say that the leadership thing is not important. But at this point, a leader is not just wanted; it's needed. Yeah, we need a leader. It is necessary because having no leader is what has gotten people at this point where we are now. There is confusion. People don't know where to go, how to go. Point number 2, like we don't need to ask anybody for permission. It's not like Gen X needs to ask Gen Z needs to ask millennials. Nobody has to ask anybody for permission. This is our country and it belongs to all of us. So we don't have to, before you make a decision, even the leaders who will be chosen, we don't have to consider what are these people saying. We have to consider what are Kenyans saying, not a particular group of people. Okay? And the third thing, we've seen so many people who are out there. We were out there on the streets. So many people were found in quarries. So many people died. That shows, and according to what Ruto, if he's a president, according to what he did, he chose the people who we chose to fire and then he hired them back. I'm sure it's because of his interests. He didn't think of us as Kenyans, not Gen Z, not millennials, not anybody else. He did not think of Kenyans as a whole. It's a big middle finger he showed us and showed us, I will protect my interests for 2027 or the next elections, and I will pretend those people who have a high chances of maybe funding me or bringing me votes. So at this point where we are, leadership is necessary and we need to organize, and nobody should ask anybody else for permission. Don't have to wait until 600 people in this chat agree on one thing. We just have to say majority, this is necessary. We are going forward and we are going. And the next time, I think we are going for this Maandamano. If we decide to go, every area, every place in this country, we have no resources to say we are going 3 times a week. That shows there is no urgency of whatever we want. We are doing it once and once until our objectives are fulfilled. Who has the time to go Tuesday, Wednesday? That is what the opposition people are doing. And these opposition people, they have money. They have a budget set aside by the government. They go and eat, replenish. We come back on Thursday because they have not as much to lose as us. Us, it's do or die. Because we know very well people have been in hospitals. We are the ones who have been raising money to pay for them. People have been found dead. Has the government done anything? No. So we need to focus and organize as quick as possible. Thank you, guys.
Okay, wonderful, Jaiwatu. I think before I say something, I want to say, I think Cartoon, you can take the mic.
Kwema.
Nakusikia.
Nakubaliana na maoni ya kila mtu hapa. Wajomba, mna maoni ambayo yanatilia nguvu sana. Kuna Jomba amesema hapa ni high time sasa Gen Z. Sasa tuache sasa kuita huu mgomo kama mgomo wa Gen Z. Sasa ni mgomo wa Kenya kwa sababu everybody is fucked up. Shosho, guka, nani, mtu wa zamani, sijui Gen X, wale, everybody is fucked up. Na kuna Jomba amesema hapa kanisa, tukitegemea eti kanisa mumeona inatoka pale na envelope. Tukiselect mkaka fulani akienda pale, unajua kitu kimeshinda mtu kama Ruto ni nani anaongoza huu mgomo ili aweze kupewa kigunia cha pesa na mambo kama yale. So mi ningalisema hivi, kuna makaka kama kina Kibe, kuna wale influencers, wale mwamba wana followers kwa mpigo wale. Mimi ningalidhani hivi, labda kulingana na maoni yangu, labda kumetajwa Kibe, Kimuzi, kuna influencers wale wengi. I know mnakuaga in touch na wale influencers, na huenda labda mnakuaga labda na mwendo wa kuwa na kikao pamoja. Unajua kile tunaangalia hapa si viongozi wetu wakituelect hapa, tunaangalia viongozi ambao watakuwa wanatuambia kesho left, kesho right, hivyo si ati tunatafuta viongozi wa kisiasa. So kulingana na maoni yangu, labda hawa influencers pia ambao wana usemi mkubwa pale wa followers, unajua pia mnaweza kuwa mnajadili kulingana na interest ya generation hapa chini. So kwa sababu pia Anthony umesema interest ya huyu jamaa, ukiangalia kuna mess fulani huyu jamaa anajaribu, anatafuta, hawezi weka mtu yoyote pale chini ili asifumbue ile mess. Ukiangalia kama kwa Murkomen, kuna mess lazima ifunikwe na mwizi. Ukiangalia hapa kwa Kindiki, kuna mess hapo lazima ifunikwe na huyo na mkora tu hapo. Naam,
Cartoon. Sitaki tu concentrate na cabinet ile amechagua. Nataka tu concentrate na venye sisi na nyinyi the way forward. Sasa tuna concentrate na maji imemwagika. So juu ya time tuonge way forward. Hakuna tukirudi nyuma. Unaona juu pia ya wakati ndio pia tuanze kusikia maoni ya watu wengi, because unajua pia muda unayoyoma.
Okay, sawa brother, basi sitazungumzia kuhusu cabinet. Basi maoni yangu ilikuwa ni hawa mwamba wenye influence kubwa ya watu, basi nilikuwa naonelea basi kama wanaweza kuzungumza kwa sauti moja, alafu inakuwa Kibe mlijadili hivi ni wa raia yote. Alafu tena nataka kumuunga Jomba fulani amesema hapa, huu muungano wote sasa, the only way tunaweza weka ule mwamba chini ni Kenya mzima. Sasa isikuwe ati Kakamega wapi kumetokea makaka, ni wote tuje kama vile Egypt walifanya hao, ama kule kwingine walifanya hao, mnakuja capital city na inakuwa ndo hivyo. Lakini mkigawanyika 50 kule 50 kule 50 Kiambu 50 kule, hiyo haina impact. Ile ina impact ni wote, vile nimesikia wajomba hapo wakisema njooni nyote capital city, njooni nyote Gen Z, nani wote ambao wanafeel pale washapigwa na ule mpigo. Ni hayo tu, acha niwaachie wengine. Asante sana, shukran sana Anto.
Shukran Katuna, asante kwa maoni yako. Alafu so next nataka tupe Brian, Kelly, in that order.
Unaweza nisikia?
Ninakusikia.
Thank you so much for the space. Kile ningependa kusema kwanza, hii movement wakati ilianza kama kuchelewa, lakini bado kuna muda ambao tunaweza tumia kujiredeem kwa hii serikali. What I've observed with the Gen Z is they have a good idea, but they have reached a point whereby they don't trust anybody, because those people they used to trust they were betrayed. So I think they are afraid of leadership, because they think that the same people they'll appoint, maybe they'll betray them. Nafaa tukumbuke kwamba these Gen Zs are feeling the pain because they are the one who elected this government. Most of them were looking forward to Ruto as their savior. atarudisha maisha ikuwe mzuri kwa wao, but they realize they gave power to the wrong person. So they are afraid. Wakati sisi Gen X na millennials, we are bringing the idea of leadership, they still need us to show course. How can they trust us? So the only thing tunafaa tufanye ni kujaribu kuwaonyesha kwamba they can trust us, that we are together with them going forward. No matter wanataka wakuwe leaderless, which will not help them going forward. They need to understand that we have heard their cry, we are with them, and we need also, wakati tunachagua watu ambao tunataka tusaidie kuongoza hii movement, we need people who are ready also to work, people who are loyal, not people who are easily lured with cheap money because sijui umeitwa state house kidogo umepewa. We need people who can stand by what people say, and we need people ambao they will listen to the voice of Kenyans. It's not now Gen Zs. They listen to the voice of Kenyans. They don't go by their own interest. Hata kama tumesema ni kutengeneza maandamano hapa Nairobi town, it should be from the people, not one person coming up with the dictatorship ideas na kusema this is what the movement want. We want to avoid the idea of political leadership, because this political leadership ndo mess up our country. You can look at the opposition. They trust their leaders so much, and the same leaders are messing them up because they are the one who draft ideas. They're the one who show them what to do. Going forward, hata mimi as I support this movement agency, I look forward for that leadership ambayo itakuwa inasikiza the voice of the people, not leaders who are there to draft their own ideas and bring to the people. These Gen Zs, I think we need to sit down with them, and Anthony and Kibe, we need to find a way ya ku gain their trust, ya kwamba it is time we can show them the true way of doing these things so that we achieve something together. Because the way we are doing, they are doing things randomly. They are gathering at one point on Tuesday, on Thursday without a plan. It is not going to bear any fruit. That's why Ruto is now playing his card so well, because he knows that he's going to battle with a group which has no plan. So it's regrouping. That's why he was able to bring back the battalion, because he went and sat down. So there's no plan. But Gen Zs need to understand that they need to accept that time has come for leadership to come in. It is not a political leadership. It is just a leadership to show them the way, how things should be done. Mtu amesema hapa about fear. We need people who will now remove that fear in them. People who come out and show them we can do it with you following us. You have the power. Now let us show you how to do it, how to use your power. Ndio hiyo uoga ambayo iko ndani yao itoke. Ndio ukiita vijana wakuje waandamane, wanakuja knowing that there's somebody who is guiding us to do something. Lakini if we continue saying we are leaderless, it's good to be tribeless, which is good, but we cannot be leaderless. We need people to lead this movement. We need people who understand also what the constitution says, because we are going by the rule of law, sovereignty of the people of Kenya. So nataka watu ambao pia watapeana hiyo mwongozo. These Gen Zs, they have the power to riot, they have the power to protest, but they don't have leadership skills in them, and that is what they need. Hii machungu ambayo tuko nayo, kila mtu ana feel. Sisi kama Wakenya tunaumia, hakuna mtu anafurahia kuona mili ya watu inatupwa kule. Hakuna mtu anafurahia kuona watu wanapigwa risasi. Hakuna mtu anafurahia kuona corruption imeendelea kwa serikali. Sisi wote tunaumia, na tunasema Gen Zs walianzisha movement ambayo sisi kama millennials na Gen X, we didn't have that courage ya kuanzisha movement. Now that they started something, we need to back them up by showing them the skills we have to lead. We can show them how it is done. They have the power. I think hiyo ndo mimi ningeweza kusema.
Kama co-host amepotea ama.
Hey, co-host ameniwacha hanging. All right, who was next? But yes, I totally agree with who was here just now. Was it you, Kelly?
It was me.
Ni mimi Brian.
No, nani alikuwa anaongea sahi? That's the person I want.
It's me, Brian.
All right, everybody else, basi mute yourself. Everybody else mute. Just tubaki tu na Brian, yeah.
Mi ndo nilikuwa nazungumza. I think I've exhausted my ideas for now. Maybe I give other people a chance to speak.
Okay. Sawa. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Okay, let's go to the next person. I think Kelly was ready. Kelly, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I have some few points to say. You know, one thing about leadership, everything must have a leader to succeed. And succeeding, we need also, apart from leadership, we need to have the objective. What do we need to achieve at the end of this thing all? What do you want to achieve? You know, we must have an objective stipulated everything, because you don't just have a leader who is leading without an objective. Again, another thing, wakati nye tumeendelea na hizi vitu, you have seen even the politicians have started hijacking, even the opposition leaders. Do you really think the leaders that you have in the opposition who are saying that they are supporting the Gen Z's movement? They are not supporting the Gen Z's movement for our own interest. They are supporting the Gen Z's movement for their own individual interest, because some of them wants to contest for presidency, maybe time to come after Ruto. Do they really want to support us, or they want to channel their own individual interest? Another thing, we want a country, ama tunataka inchi yenye kila mtu ana feel this pain inatuaffect kila mtu, na pain yenye inatuaffect, it's because we have not stipulated our goals, because at the end we are saying we want CSS to be dropped, CSPS to GWAT to be dropped, but what do we want to achieve? Because we want a better life for all. We want the debt to address those kind of issues that can only be achieved wakati yenye tutakuwa na leaders wenye wanatu guide na wamekuja na proper plan of what we really want to achieve and change our life. I think that's all what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, it's been quite a fight to get people to see the reality of that. Because saa hii Tuesday watu wanasema tumekasirika sasa, tunaenda Tuesday tunaenda tao, tunaenda wapi. Easy instructions zinatoka wapi? How can we be sure that these are the right instructions that are coming from the people who are affected? Because saa hii mtu anakuambia tuende tuka occupy Jkia. Hiyo idea imetoka wapi? Where is that idea from? Who came up with who thought Jkia that could be a place people should be thinking of occupying, of all places, Jkia? Because inaweza kuwa ni mtu mmoja ako na mpango na Jkia, so anasneak na agenda yake. Mwingine ako na mpango na sijui wapi, anasneak hiyo agenda, anasema by the way, watu kwanza unajua ni wabaya sana, lazima tuende huko. Wewe uko na mpango yako na hata tujui kama umelipwa pushio agenda. So there must be a centralized way of doing these things, whether with Kithni or with Dekni. So this whole time, this whole 2-3 weeks, what we have been doing is we have been quoting the Gen Z. And I'm talking about millennials and Gen Xers. They've been quoting the Gen Z. See, we're not bullies. We're not bullies like Raila Makalonzo and the rest who come and say, the Gen Z want this and they want this. No. We're still quoting. We're still finding out what you want. But we're telling you you're better with us because we are stronger. We have more energy. We're the ones who have the money. We're the ones who have the ideas. So this game we're playing here is a quoting game. It is us welcoming Gen Z, telling them, Gen Z, you're better with us. Come to us and see what we can give you. Look at the results we can produce for you, as long as you give us that movement. Give us the movement, we show you how to execute. Msiende kupatia hii movement akina nani? Akina Raila. Raila time yake imeisha. Kalonzo time yake imeisha. They have no new ideas, including Orengo. No new ideas. There's no new energy there. So instead of wasting time, Gen Z, instead of wasting time with these back and forth, to agree we are having a marriage, a proper marriage between these three generations. And now we chart the way forward. We say, okay, now we've agreed on this, which are our first 3 deliverables. Not many, just 3. We don't need more than 3 things. Ndio tusiwaste time kuongea hapa forever and ever, because hapa tutaongea juu ya kuongea. So tuseme okay, haya, Andrew Kibe amejitoa, atakuwa mmoja wa the negotiators. In fact, we can call them the negotiators. But the council sounded better. We now have our own council, and this council is the one which is giving direction, and everybody puts their weight behind that. That is what I'm doing here. This is my campaign. We come up with a council right now. Yesterday we tried to do it. We come up with a council. Every time we talk, we shall come up with a council that is going to give direction. So watu wanakutana tao. Na time ni hii. That's where the power is. Power iko kwa hizi namba zote kukam pamoja. Not scattered. Because it seems very good when everybody has their own thing they're doing. But does it really help towards the main goal? No, it doesn't. Dante.
Yes, sir, niaje.
Fiti man, unasemaje?
Niko fiti sana, nashukuru sana. Well,
talk to me, man. Talk to me. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm one of the millennials, yeah. Na nimekuwa nikiangalia hii movement vile imekuwa for quite some time, and kitu moja nimekuwa nikijiuliza, na one mistake yenye naona the Gen Zs wanafanya is lacking a plan. There is no way tutakuwa tuna demand everything enye tunafikiria atago. Hapo it makes sense. Like hatuwezi amka leo tuseme Ruto must go. Kesho tuamke tuseme nani huyu wa TSC must go. Kesho tuseme occupy parliament. Kesho kutwa tuseme sijui Jkia. Kesho kutwa tunataka polisi wenye waliua washikwe. Like tunakaa confused kabisa. We don't know what exactly tunataka. And that is the mistake we are doing. We don't have a plan. We don't have a checklist. Unajua hata ukienda shopping unaendaka na a checklist. You say I want this, una tick. Ukikosa you move to the next. Ama una plan vile uta raise the cash to buy it. Now, tumeandamana for quite some time. Ndio. Kuna changes zime happen. Ndio. I'm not supporting Ruto, of course. Anatucheza. But watu wangu, at times unakaaga chini unasema nili request 1 2 3 4. Sinitulie niangalia basi umsi atafanya gani. Akishindwa kufanya ya kwanza, then I go back to the streets. Akishindwa kufanya ya pili, the same thing. But sasa hatuwezi itisha everything at the same time. Yani hata hawa ama bigi pia wanakaa tu huko juu wanacheka tu because wanajua sasa hatoi. Nini wanataka hasa? Like wanashindwa kabisa what we really need. And that is the problem wenye tuko nayo. So me, I think part of the problem wenye inafanya even our achievements kuzipata zinakuwa ngumu is because we are scattered. We are having a lot of issues of which haziwezi fanyika. Hata ingekuwa wewe ndio rezo ungeambiwa saa hii change hizo vitu zote Gen Z wanataka, you can't change. Hata sasa tuseme Ruto toka, tuweke another person, hata change hizo vitu with a fortnight. We have to be realistic. Sijama tuko pamoja. So it is good hata si tuka hivi chini tufikirie, by the way, hata wewe msi akikaa mkohao yako akwambie we nataka kiti, nataka meza, nataka sufuria, nataka hii, kama si hivyo hama, like hata it makes sense. But if we have a checklist, ndio maana now it comes now to okay, leadership ndio watu wanasema watanunuliwa, hatufai kuwa na leader, we should be leaderless. But then you come to ask yourself, if tutakuwa leaderless for all that long, hizi checklist nani atakuwa anafikisha? Because hata kama ungekuwa mahali kwa meeting, ndio maana even a teacher in class anasemaga inua mkono uulize swali. Hakunaga answer inapeanagwa kama kwaya. We have to have some representatives. I don't know vile tutaifanya, whether it is delegates from counties ama from wards, lakini we need to have a leadership. Hiyo leadership tukiona imefail tunatoa. We are 50 million Kenyans na youth ndio tuko wengi, hatuwezi choka kurecycle our leaders. But the thing is we must have a plan. Lazima tukuwe na plan, lazima whether na one thing hata najiuliza ni what is our main agenda? Is it Ruto must go?
Dante,
Yes, yes.
You said you're a millennial.
Yes.
There are millenniums. So the thing is this now, because there's a guy who came here and he opened my mind, kabisa. I can't remember who he was. Just mute your mic for a second. Let me make the point.
Okay.
So kuna msali kwa hapa saa hii amenifungua akili ni aje. Akasema aje, unajua sisi Gen Z hatuwezi fuata Gen Z. Okay? Did you guys hear that shit? That was a mind-blowing shit. Gen Z hatuwezi fuata Gen Z. So nyinyi kama mko na mpango mtuambie. Okay? So now I want to take us to kila mtu, every man who's here, ashike makende yake, aseme kitu yenye inaisha. In Kikuyu, how do they say it? Tufanye job inaisha. Because Tuesday awase wanataka kwenda kwa streets tena. Tusipojipanga before Tuesday, hii story itakuwa imetupita. Sijui kama mnaiona hivyo. Because sahii wamekasirika, wameambiwa Tuesday, wamekasirishwa. Because it didn't matter who the president signed into, who he did what? Who he appointed yesterday as his cabinet. It didn't matter who. They were ready with the posters. So you get in a need direction. Because hatuwezi kuwa tunafanya vitu bila direction. Because hata watu wanaenda tao Tuesday kufanya. Because hii Ruto must go, is it a real hashtag? Because ukisema unaenda tao kutoa Ruto, then umedecide kwenda hiyo direction ingine. Umedecide 2027 atungoji, we are going straight into full war. Ama, what are we saying here? What are we saying here? We are men. Let's talk like men. What are we saying here? Nyinyi wenye mnajua hizi story. Including Juma. What are we saying here?
Kibe, vipi? There's something you said and it actually hit the point home so well. Yani ni kama inaitwa shooting from the hip. Huku angalia ile telescope ile sight inaitwa gun sight, just pulled from the hip ukapiga nika fire directly. You talked of a 3-point manifesto to be presented to the government. Because this time, kifika hii level, you're not saying you are presenting to Ruto, you are presenting to the government, you are dealing with the government. Because tukianza kuongea tuna deal, oh, Ruto, it becomes in a sound personal, in a some sort of personal connotations, because as you said, kuongea kama wanaume, hizi shida zilikuwako before even Ruto came to be. You have been in this trajectory for a very long time. It's not that before Ruto we were first world country. Msisahau before Ruto kuna kiongozi alisema 2 billion inaibiwa kila siku. So this is not a new trajectory. We are here because we have been heading here for a very long time. So if you are to sit with some of these people, that 3-point document inge contain point number 1, short-term effect solution, mid-term effect solution, na long-term effect solution. Now it fits so well because we are 3 years into the election. Kitu itatubeba paka 2027 until you are able now to go to the ballot box and come up with something we see who we can vote for. So leo tumeambiwa tuongee kama wanaume, then let us come up with things that are actionable. So nikisema point number 1 of what I would consider to be actionable in the short term ni wapitishe law, na hii nisharudia mara nyingi, wapitishe sheria kwamba all government agencies their ICT requirements zitoshelezwe na the taifa laptop which is currently assembled locally by Kenyans. Kuna hesabu nilipiga hapo, agencies zote zikipiga order ya 50 laptops, you're looking at 10,000 orders. So 10,000 orders of laptops, hizo ni jobs tayari. If possible, gari zote za government zitoke from Mobius, which is assembled locally. You can put that as a shorter because these are things that can be signed off by rule of the law. If zinaitwaje, wakipitisha bungeni, it comes into effect immediately. So that any government agency kitakununua laptop ama gari ni Taifa laptop, which is assembled by Kenyans, Mobius, which is assembled by Kenyans. These are the jobs. Tukienda midterm goal is something ambayo ina play role into what we call strengthening the shilling, because we lack what we call shilling sovereignty. It is very sad in this day and age, bado tuna worry about dollar reserves. We are very reliant on the dollar because import volume yetu iko juu. So midterm goal hii pia inaweza pitishwa simply by kusign just signatures by MPs as a law. Tuseme gari zote, our trucks which move between Mombasa na Nairobi, they were transported by flatbed on SGR. Maana yake ni kwamba SGR ikibeba hizi gari, SGR is more efficient. Number 2, wear and tear of the vehicles is reduced. That means the volume of import ya spares za hizi matrucks inaenda chini. That means dollar consumption inaenda chini and our shilling gains. Hizi ni vitu ambazo zinaweza pitishwa, the first two zinaweza pitishwa by simply signing off. Then the long term, hii ambayo it will last even forever, tuko na 2 dump sites. Moja iko Dandora, moja iko Mombasa Mwakirungi. Hii sasa government invest in what we call landfill gas plants. Ni ile gas ambayo inatoka kwa takataka inaitwa methane. Kuna njia ya kutengeneza landfills, actually you fill, ni kuchimba na kujaza takataka na kuset up a cleaning system ya kuharvest hiyo gas. That is cooking gas. One site inaweza toa cooking gas for 30 years minimum. So that is 30 years of cooking gas ambayo ita reduce importation of the current offering ambayo inatoka uzunguni, which we pay in dollars. So if you ask me now, Kibe say, Brian, hebu toa point zako, this is what I'll give. Point number 1, short term. 2, mid term. 3 ni long term. Now these are things ambazo effect yake is national wide. Effect ambayo Gen Z watafaidika, millennial watafaidika, or anyone living within the boundaries of these borders wanafaidika. Na pia You see, it's good to have a discussion on things whose outcome has an element of forecast, as in to some extent unaweza predict outcome ya hii decision ni nini. Like hizo mambo za kutumia laptops na magari assembled in Kenya, you can predict outcome ni jobs. Hatujui ni jobs ngapi, lakini kazi zitapatikana. Hii ya story ya vehicles transported on flatbeds, outcome yake ni reduction of volume ya spare parts. Umestrengthen dollar. To what extent we need experts waende into that. Hiyo long term goal sasa of now using our garbage to harvest and process our cooking gas, hiyo ni sure bet long term, na since cooking gas imekuwa issue, watu walikuwa wanasema bei ishuke, hii itashukisha bei because cooking gas ambayo inatoka nje it has to be itolewe, iwe extracted from the ground, iwe processed uzunguni, inapokuwa processiwa in places where cost of labor is high, then iwekwe kwa meli ije hapa. Hii inatolewa from takataka, processed, stored, inauziwa watu. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying these are the best ideas, but when we sit and we talk about ideas that have an element of predictability of outcome. Ukiongea kitu ambacho inabembea hewani tu like a balloon ambayo ijulikani pale inaenda ikipeperushwa na upepo, you are going to be taken around in some sort of political mishmash, because one, politicians love dealing with people who don't know what they want. You may know what you don't want, but if you don't know what
landed.
Okay, sawa. So wacha tu nimalizie niseme those are my ideas. Tukienda pale, ongea juu ya kitu ambacho you can somehow predict outcome yake ni nini. Ukienda pale mdomo wazi, you are sunk. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Ingudi Juma. I was trying to rush this. I'd said we were going to stop at 10, so I'll give each person like a minute each to just put your thoughts across very fast. Starting with you, Miga. Is it Miga or Mega? Solomon.
Yeah, asante Antukibe. Mi niko na idea, a lot of ideas, but my main idea ni tulianza hii kitu, tulianza na ile movement ya Occupy the Parliament, na pia at the same time it was happening that kulikuwa na ile pia banners ama posters kwa na share through WhatsApp kwa nasema to occupy hizo at constituency level kwa constituency ma MP, and that was a great movement. Now that tunasema tu tuende State House ama Parliament, tunawapea jamaa strategy on how to tackle us. Siku hizi tumeacha ile ya constituency level, na venye kama for example venye tuliattack ile ya Sudi the EXO, hiyo pia ili affect Sudi, ili affect pia MPs wote wenye waliendewa. Hiyo tuliona kwamba hawa kuna tuliwastua. So mi kitu nataka when tunasema tuende State House, pia our corrupt MPs tunawatackle at constituency level. Hiyo ndo my message too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Miga. That's a great idea. So, you see, accountability, the strength that Gen Z have right now is the strength to hold everyone accountable at whatever level. You guy, it could be dead in the village. You can hold that guy accountable. That's the beauty about this movement. If nothing else comes out of it, if nothing else comes out of this movement, the beauty is that you guys can now hold each person accountable. Mnaweza shika na wase kadhaa mwende kwa ofisi ya msee mwambie tumechoka na wewe bro. You corrupt motherfucker, umesumbua mamadha zetu, tumechoka na wewe, toka saa hii. Mwambie administration leteni mtu mwingine hapa. Na mtu akikaa kwa kiti mnamwambia, hey bro, na ujue if we find out you're fucking around, we're going to fuck with you. This is the power that Gen Z have right now. Bro, unafikiri na hang na hii group juu ya nini? I don't want this old business. No, I'm tired of the old business. I want this new business where you can hold people accountable real time. We don't have to wait. Wait for what? This is the law of the jungle. Wait for what? You have been screwing us in real time. Why should we deal with you at yuko slow motion time? Z. Ukituokota utuokota live. Tunakuokota hiyo live yako. Hey. Tumenyanyasika sana mno. Sema ukweli. So that's why this movement makes sense, because this movement can deal with people wherever they are. We don't even need to come together. You in the village, wena besti yako mnaweza shikana, mwende mchukue mavijana wengine, mwende mwambia huu msee, sikiza, tunakupatia ultimatum. If you don't stop fucking around. Ule pastor kazi yake ni kudinya mamadha wote mtaani. Mnaenda mnaambia pastor, hey, either utafute place ingine utaenda, ama tunafunga hii church. Gen Z is a great reset, bro. This is a gift that keeps on giving. Mnacheza nini? Aya, Mohammed. Mohammed Aden, you go missing in action. Mohammed Aden, are you there? Okay. Nyokafi Mkenya.
Hey,
What's up?
I would say I am a millennial, and to me personally, I thank God every single day I wake up for Gen Z. Mimi nilikuwa nimechoka. Our systems, the way sisi tulilewa, the only thing we know is siasa za poverty, sijui tribalism, sijui nini. Yani, I don't even 3 months ago, we didn't think this was even possible. Yani, Kenya imekuwa rebellious. These guys are the new Mau-Maus. Ni kama generations imefika pale where our forefathers were. That is where we are right now. The fact that these people who are born, they are a whole different set of Kenyans. Sisi kama sisi millennials. Tunajua kama Kikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkale, nini. Iyo bullshit. And that is why this country has not been running. The reason why a government official could gazette artist you will be paying IDs how much, the audacity to do that, the audacity to make it attempt to replace ID ni 1,000 bob. Iyo audacity gava ilikuwa nayo, no, iyo audacity ya kufanya anything. The audacity to just take money and spend it vile gava inataka, iyo ndio imekatiwa short. Like, the government knows it is accountable to its people, and that is the one thing that mimi, for everything, I'm grateful for Gen Zs. Nona, I know as much as we want it to have a form, uzuri wa kukua ni haina form is because kila siku kuna hasira. There's always something new to make us mad. Kama mimi leo, mimi I am annoyed because somebody brought me kadi ya Harambee ati juu hawezi apply help, juu hawana IDs. Like, what does it take a government a whole 9 months to give mtoto wa 18 years ID? Mtoto wa 18 hawezi apply help na anaambiwa anafaa kulipa fee 150k. And this family is poor. And then you're asking them, will apply help? Ati hatuwezi apply juu hatuna ID. So tunaambiwa na gava tujitengeneze ID. I know I should land.
Yes, I want you to land because staki unidampia makasiriko zako. Nasikia uko na makasiriko mob sana. Na umekam kunidampia. Mimi nataka wende udampie Jesus kesho church. You go to church tomorrow, you dump all your makasiriko on Jesus.
No. That is why people will continue being on the street, and it will continue. Itaendelea kukua tu hivyo. Like, people will continue going out every single day.
Nyokafi, me, my approach is different. Huh? You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, right.
So let me tell you what happened in Kenya. I think this is the diagnosis of our problems. We have two people. You see, you guys, many of you were born in technology. Let's call it the internet. Let's not say technology. The internet. So many of you have grown up knowing that the computer exists. You know, you found the computer. Ukweli uongo?
Mimi si Gen Z, mimi ni millennial.
But ulipata computer, si ndio?
Tulipata high school, not that we grew up with it. And for those people who are rich probably walipata high school. Sisi tumeiona tukishatoka tukiingia kule tukifanya zile sijui hizo kazi.
Where is millennial? When he boomer? How old are you? 60?
What are you talking about? When if for
How old are you? How old are you?
Unajua kama wewe ni privilege, sisi watu wa Ocha tulipata nini desktop vile tuliingia kampo. We had not seen that shit.
Skiza. Mimi nakwambiaje, the technology existed. Wacha kwa touchy feeling hapa na mambo ya ushago. Yes, that's it. Wachi hapo. So when you grew up, the technology of the computer existed and you found the phone also. You also found the mobile phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by the time you were getting to 10, 11 there was a mobile phone, you could text back and forth and everything. So you guys have grown up with this very new technology for the rest of us, okay? Now, imagine me, I'm very technologically savvy, but I'm not as good as a millennial. I'll never be as good as a Gen Z. Now, imagine the group before me is called the boomers, I think. Okay?
Mm-hmm. That's our parents.
They are still in the offices. Your parents are still in the offices, at passport, at ID, at wherever. Unaelewa?
Yeah.
So hata sisi hatuna hizo kazi. So there was no transfer of technology because these guys are still unable to grasp what is happening in the new age. Because they're coming up with look at what it means to get an ID. At how long it would take you to get an ID, like you were complaining just now. How old do you think that technology is for it to take a month or two for them to print your fucking ID?
And that is why we're saying systems are not working completely. Nothing is actually working in this country.
So I was saying, thank God for Gen Z, because Gen Z can now push the millennium or millennials inside there where the work needs to be done. You understand what I'm saying? So Gen Z nika rungu.
All right, I get you.
Gen Z nika
and that is what we need as a country. We need rungu, by the way.
Gen Z is like a nice rungu you can use to beat down anyone, to make them do what you want them to do.
Exactly, and that is what we need.
Because that's a nyinyi ndo mna experience shida. So you better make sure you fix your problems with the opportunity that you have.
We agree. Kabisa kubali. Efio.
All right, anything else, Nyokabi?
We completely agree. Nami, I'm good. I'm all right.
All right, have a good one. Who else do we have here? Yeah, go ahead. And it's 1 minute.
Give it, asante sana.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be as short as possible. I'm coming back to the first thing that I had when I came to the space, which was leadership. If we were to move forward and find a leader and to lead this Gen Z movement, I think it's the best option if the leader comes from a Gen Z. If we choose Gen Z to lead us, because I feel like you guys as a millennial, I think you failed. You couldn't do anything, and now that the younger people are doing something, I feel like it's not going to be fair if you say we find leaders among ourselves and we lead them. So I feel like a Gen Z should lead this movement, because I feel like a Gen Z understands what he or she wants. I think you guys were comfortable with this bullshit before all this shit happened. So, and I feel like you guys failed. So I think you should let Gen Z lead the way. That's how I feel. Thank you.
You know, if the Gen Z had the ability to lead, they would already be leading and would not be having this discussion. We're only having this discussion because
Keep it. Listen, keep it.
did it
Gen Zs are like
hold up. Just let me finish my point. I'll give you a chance to counter. It sounds better when we do it that way. So for me, the only reason why we're here quoting the Gen Z is because we know how important this moment is. That's why we're quoting the Gen Z. That's why I'm quoting the Gen Z. I'm saying, come, I will give you my experience. You guys give me your strength. So we're doing something symbiosis. We're going into, yes, it's symbiotic, symbiosis. And then we shall agree on what to tackle. Some of them will be your things, some of them will be my things. And we shall both benefit from this symbiotic relationship. Okay? But if you guys were able to have to lead yourselves, because even my generation, we cannot lead ourselves. We needed another generation to lead us. How am I going to listen to someone who's my age mate telling me what? You will never follow your age mates. How? Even if you've started a channel, look at your demographic. It's always the people who are younger than you. Unless you're a witch. Yeah, go ahead.
But listen, Kibe, as I was listening to you, kuna pointi fulani umemake, which was ulisema Gen Z ni kama vipoko unatumia kuchapa msee yoyote, and then huyu mtu anaamka. So that kind of made me have a lot of questions, which is, let's say we chose you guys as millennials, right? How are we not sure that tomorrow mukifika pale and then it's going to be different, because now mulikuwa mnatumia Gen Zs kufika huko, because let's say Gen Zs unajua sahi they can do anything. Wataenda kwa MP, wafike kwake wamtoe hapo nje, so they do that for you. What let's say they leave their offices, their positions zikuwe vacant, and then we let millennials ingia hapo. How are we not sure tomorrow mkifika pale and then now we have to restart another revolution because you guys tena mmekuwa the same as the older generation?
You know what you're struggling with, Yaya, is reality. Reality is what you're saying is totally inevitable. It must happen. At some point, it will happen. Many of the people that you will choose are going to go in there and become just kawaida thieves, just like other people, just like every other human being. So we're not picking from a bucket full of saints. We are picking from sinners, hoping there is a saint in there. Okay? But what I can assure you is, with this kind of movement that you have, Yaya, ni kama saa hii mumebuy gari mpya. So if you are to be given a second-hand car or a new car of the same make, which one would you take? Of course, you take the new car. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you are a rich, poor person, you'll take the new car because the new car will serve you longer before it breaks down. So this is what you're doing right now. Now you have an opportunity to get a new car. Because with this new car, there's a new way of holding these people accountable. So you can ride this car out for another maybe 20 years before the next Gen Z lose their mind and do exactly what you guys have done. Does it make sense? Yeah.
It does, but like, why are we against the idea of letting Gen Zs lead?
No.
I feel like Gen Z
it's because the Gen Zs have not stepped up to lead. If they had done that, then
because
we would not be having this conversation. But if they do, then why wouldn't they just follow the same procedure like everybody else?
Keep it. I'm saying that because even now the movement ni Gen Z wameanza, and it has been very impactful. So and nobody even decided.
Stop
to lead
holding
them.
on. Stop holding on to this baby. You're going to kill the baby when you're trying to hold on to it, yet you're doing nothing with it. Stop holding on to a baby na hakuna kitu unafanya nayo. So what? You started the movement. Yes, the movement is here. The baby needs to be fed. So yes, you have the movement. Good. So what next? So either we because see, because I want you to understand. Hold on. No, I just interrupt. Because the baby is here now. The baby needs to be fed. The baby needs to grow. So either the baby is growing ama we forget about it. Isikae sasa tena nikaa kuna mvutano na ni kitu obvious. This is a collaboration that is being requested here. Simple. Come together, work together towards a common goal. Now, what we are bringing is this. What you guys are bringing is this. Simple. Now, if that doesn't work for you guys, then why would a millennial or a Gen X be in the movement if they're not coming to offer their expertise? Thinking up on Igani.
I agree with you, Kibe. But I don't feel like the Gen Zs don't know what they want. I think they're very clear with what they want. And as someone, if you truly know what you want, I feel like you can make the change if you're given a chance, because you truly know what you want and you know what to do. But the thing is, if we were to choose a millennial who maybe already gave up on this country, never thought of it, was okay with the mediocrity that we lived in, couldn't say shit, couldn't talk, and now they're given a chance.
No. You see now, you've grown a big.
Yeah, that's the reality.
Yeah. You've grown a big head now. Now you've grown a big head, and now you're seeing yourself as a superior being. So now you want to make everybody your slave. Because now you're saying, oh, you guys couldn't do this, now us guys can do this. No. You guys, we are all in the same moment. So don't for 1 second assume that you guys are superior. You're not superior to anybody. This is just your moment. So don't push this moment down our throats. And for us to keep having to answer these stupid questions you're asking. Hey, bro, either you're dancing or you're not dancing. Keep it moving. If you want, you want. If you don't want, keep it moving, bro. But you can't keep asking the same fucking question all the time. Move on from that question. Okay? If you guys are willing to partner, fine, let's partner. If not, then it will be obvious. We will not fight about it. So I don't have to over-interview myself. Because kila saa tunaongea na wewe, unataka ukunirudisha kwa hiyo swali. How sure am I you're not going to change? Then who are you ever going to work with? How sure are you ile gari utaingia kesho itafika pale inaenda? There are no sureties in life. Nobody will ever give you a full surety that for sure this will happen. But you pick your better chances, you pick your devil, you say, I'm better with this devil than with that angel that I don't know. So you pick your devil. So ukiona devil ni mtu mwingine, move with that guy quickly. Then we can quote somebody else. But let's not have this dance where one person is put on the back foot, because you need me strong. You don't need me to be a servant to you. Because if I'm your servant, then I am no good to you. You need us working together. That's the offer that is on the table, my guy. Nothing else. It's a partnership. I'm not coming in as your slave.
Kiba, I need you as an advisor. But anyway, let's give someone else a chance. I want to say thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Ali Audol.
Ali Audol. Kibe. How come
Audol,
I
very
can
good.
pronounce? Yeah, I can pronounce your name well. You should. Actually, let me first, from the onset, say I belong to Generation X, and I'm viewing this kind of with some with some conflicted heart. I really, really, really admire what the Gen Zs are doing. It has given us a unified voice to the idea that we deserve a better Kenya. Fine. I have no. That's good. Actually, it's even inspiring. What do you call citizens in other parts of the world? Africans are watching Kenya. Like, okay, let's do like Kenyans did. The spontaneous energy of the protesters is something very admirable. And this has been sparked by legitimate anger, indignation, that has been kind of bottling, that's lurking around, waiting to explode that moment. The moment is theirs. But I have a problem with the way they do things. They don't have they're very short of strategy. They don't have specific demands, specific people that they can channel their grievances to. We have three arms of the government. The system is rotten. It has been rotten for so many years. We have the executive, we have the legislature, we have the parliament. We have the 47 counties also that is rotten. People are talking of lack of medicines in our hospitals. The problem with the whole thing is it keeps on changing. Today you hear they want to occupy parliament. Fine. It was something very specific with the reject finance bill. It was a success. Then we had the occupy churches thing. At one point they said, okay, let's occupy State House. Let's occupy Uhuru Park. Let's occupy everywhere. At one point they were even demanding to boycott Safaricom, occupy MOH. I mean, the whole thing seems to be lacking strategy. I have some couple of suggestions. With this kind of the revolt, and the anger, and the protest, it is counterproductive. You go there, the police lob tear gas, some people are shot. By 6 p.m. you're back to your homes. Let's have specific demands from the government. As much as Ruto must go thing is a kind of some pressure, sustained pressure to compel Ruto to step down, to resign, which I see is a bit very much unlikely. Let's have, like, can we say, with the legislature, we want the reduction of MPs' salaries by this, before this, by the end of June, by end of December, by end of next year. If it's about the nominees for the CSS now, they want to occupy parliament and compel parliament to reject the vetting of those CSS. Fine, there is a deliverable. There is an outcome out of that thing. Let's go to the legislature. You say there are a lot of pending cases in our courts. Can we have all these pending, what do you call, cases be resolved in 2-3 months? Let the judges be sitting, 24/7, round the clock. We have this kind of people who will be talking to the executive.
Ali, that
Yeah,
list is too long for you to go to go down the list like that, one by one. Come on.
Oh, I mean, I was just trying to say they can
those
have.
Those are just
they can
examples.
have-
There's too much to be done for you to go down the whole list.
Yeah.
So just give like 1 or 2 examples, and then we now move to the the point itself.
Okay, good. One
Yes.
example. We have the CSS, the appointment of CSS. Can we talk of now occupying parliament on that day when there will be a special sitting to vet the MC, the CSS? Say like, we don't want fulani because they have passed scandals, they're tainted, they have a tainted past. That, like, you say, let's occupy Jkia, let's occupy Uhuru Park, let's do this. I mean, it's counterproductive. I don't see anything coming out of that. Let's have the demonstrations to be very specific, for a specific reason, with a specific demand, and you anticipate a specific outcome. But now you just go there, you feel like you're kind of full of energy.
No. Just keep it there. You've finished it.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't
I think
add the
I made a
negative
point.
part. Yes,
I'm
you
not
made a
adding.
point.
Actually, I started praising the whole movement, this kind of movement. The next time we will have such kind of a thing, who knows? It will be 20 or 30 years from now. We are even not guaranteed. And then this issue of the Gen Zs, seeing themselves like, the new liberators. Every generation had its part. There was that generation who fought the colonial masters. They went into the forest, fought for the independence of this country. We had a constitutional moment. We had referendums. All these generations, at least, but these problems have been there from independence. Kenyatta 1, Kenyatta 2, Kibaki, Moi, Uhuru, all these, Ruto, the problems have been there. The sun did not just come up yesterday. We did not just have corrupt Kenya, a rotten system, one fine morning. So let them not kind of see themselves like the liberators that the kind of they don't want the counsel and advice of the other generations. They have identified themselves according to their generation. Like all the Gen Zs are the protesters. What do you call? I was trying to come up with the looting thing.
Hi, Ali. Man, I thought I told you to wind up. Wind it down.
Okay, I'm done. So let's have the Gen Zs kind of having specific demands with a specific kind of places where they will be converging, where they anticipate a certain outcome out of their protests. That is the thing, actually. Main thing I wanted to make a point. My main point was just revolving around that.
Thank you, man.
Okay.
See how all right. See how Gen Xers cannot finish points like Ali here. Can stretch one point, becomes a whole sermon. A pastor who stretch one point. All right, Ali, mute your mic.
Okay.
Thank you. Now imagine the whole time I could be talking to a buddy. Mudhoni Kimani, what's up?
Hi.
This guy took all my time, man. I was just praying that you ladies don't leave. I was like, don't leave.
No, I was not going to leave, especially because the title of this group is very offensive. Extremely offensive. I don't know why Gen X would choose to call themselves old. I have no idea why anyone in the Gen X category would call themselves old, because even boomers do not call themselves old. In Central Province, we voted for a boomer and we were calling him Kamwana when he was in his 50s.
It's because Central Province is full of women.
Hey, let's not go there. Let's not go there.
You guys are the ones. You're the guys who lied to us that that Ruto and Gachagua were the best thing that happened since sliced bread because of all the clapping you do in the churches.
First of all, I'm not a member of a church. If anything, I'm supporting the whole Occupy churches thing. In fact, at this point, I'm advocating for churches that have hosted politicians in the last 3 weeks. Those churches need to be burnt to the ground. We need to set them as examples to the rest. I'm not in support of 5,000 churches being used as political platforms, because churches are the ones that are the greatest hindrance to this movement of ours. So hapo kwa kanisa, I'll not agree with you. Anyway, the point is, there is this obsession that Gen X have about humbling the Gen Zs, obsession with hierarchy, obsession with their expertise and their knowledge. They want to be cajoled and consulted. I don't know why Gen X is taking that approach. I would expect different. I would expect that the conversation that Gen Xers are having is even something like occupying the airport. Gen Xers are the ones who should be calling their fellow Gen Xers in the airport to tell us how we are going to take over the airport. Which fence is weak, which wall is falling apart. The Gen Xers who have worked there for years should be the ones who should be helping us to infiltrate the airport. There is a bit of wisdom in occupying the airport, because that is how Museveni overthrew the Ugandan government. So Occupying the airport is not just a random idea or a random thought process. The other thing about leadership, at this point in the movement, it's individual leadership. You lead where you are. In the past, leaders have been targeted, they've been killed, they've been given money, they've been set up like until if one leader, you know what happened to the NAT, you know what has happened to the doctors in the past, leaders in Kenya, it doesn't work. We have to lead where you are. If you can buy water, buy the water. If you can go to the streets, go to the streets. If you are bringing the flags, bring the flags. But we are not going to identify a leader until this government is down to its knees. If you get a leader, the leader gets targeted and the movement gets killed. So there is wisdom in staying leaderless. We do not want this obsession of leadership. At the same time, looking forward in the future, we do not want obsession around leadership characters. We want systems that work. Even when the individual character leaves, the system remains solid.
Modone. It sounds good. You sound like a politician, but you're talking about systems now. You see, I was going to let you speak about the leadership and how you don't need it. But the moment you mentioned systems, then I was like, shit. Systems? What do you mean systems? The systems are going to be made by AI, or how are these systems coming together?
We are the ones who are going to put these systems together such that you don't have to. Yes.
Who is we? Who is we?
Everyone involved in this movement.
Good.
Everyone involved in this movement.
So I want you to get your head out of the clouds, because your head is in the clouds. Because I think I don't know whether it's dopamine or whatever. So you have some nonsense going on in your head, and you think it sounds good because you sound like a revolutionary, but it's nonsense. Because once you mention systems, there have to be people who have to create those systems. And those people must be trusted by the movement. True or not true?
True.
These are the people we're talking about. Why are you wasting our time? You have to have people who are going to create the systems for you so that this movement can flourish. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever it is, these are the people we are talking about. Whether they are, what do you mean not individuals? What are you getting? You're getting corporations to work for you.
For example, Law Society of Kenya.
Who's going to decide to get Law Society of Kenya to come and work for you?
I'm giving an example of
I am asking you a question before the Law Society comes. Who's deciding Law Society is coming?
At this point, I think they've already decided for themselves. They are on board.
On board where?
They're already on board. They are on board with us.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is this. Wherever you go, whatever you do, you will need to organize. Whether you like it or not, whether it feels good or not, whether you're dealing with trauma, which is what you guys are dealing with. You're dealing with trauma. So you're so traumatized that you cannot trust anybody. That every time you hear that, hey, I'm going to put my trust in one single person, then I am completely gone. I don't want to hear it. So you're blocking your ears from hearing that because of the trauma from all the disappointments in your life. But that doesn't make any sense because the person you're dealing with is an organized fellow. Unimse organize kabisa. Hasa nyinyi kama mta organize mtashinda aje? How are you going to ever even come close to winning? How are you even going to compete? Forget winning. How are you going to compete? Because hii game lazima muingie na strategies. Na hizi strategy lazima watu wakae chini wakama up na strategy waseme, hey, strategy yetu ni hii na hii. Now, without that, then how are you going to win? You're never going to win. There is no, because you don't even know which game you're playing. Because sasa mnasema twende occupy Jkia. What's the end goal there?
For the country to go on a standstill.
And then?
Tutajua tukiwa hapo airport ikiwa tumelala runway.
So to assume tumefika standstill, sasa tuko standstill. Alafu tuko standstill saa hii. What happens
will
next?
Be forced to resign.
Ama mimi hii kahawa nimekunywa inanipeleka mbio, si ndio? No. Tokeni, get out of Modoni. I want you to get out of your imagination. I want you to get
Yeah.
out of La La Land and come back to reality. Okay?
So you don't think we are going to succeed?
No, I'm not saying that. That's not the conversation. I'm just telling you, your path to success has a lot of collaborations. You better work with the people who want to work with you. So you have to give those people a chance to work with you. So if Gen Z is listening, you better work with as many people who want to work with you as possible. When you're going to war, you go with the people who want to go to war with you, because these people are willing to give their lives up for your cause, whatever your cause is. And the resources, of course. Don't forget the resources. Every war
Yeah.
needs resources.
But no one is stopping Gen X and boomers from getting involved.
No, we cannot get involved that way, because it is your war. You have to invite us in. So the person who owns the war is the one who comes and says, hey, you guys, come in, and this is what we're doing. You saw what Ruto did? When Ruto was fighting Raila, he went, he looked for people. He was like, hey, what's his name? Mudavadi, come here, bring your people, sign here. When we get the cake will look like this, and we shall split here, here, here. Mwenye akona war ndio ana-invite watu wengine wakuje. So the only thing you guys have to do is open the door. We shall take care of the rest.
Okay.
Very convincing, huh?
Very convincing, but I don't know what strategy, how do we start inviting people? Because everyone who is in this movement invited themselves. There was no like sit down or formal invitation. Everyone just took up a role and started playing that role.
Om Shanti Om. So now you know. Take the message back to the people.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you for coming through. Who else do we have here? Ward Nyaseje.
Kibe.
Dominic, you've been here for a minute, huh? Okay. I was keeping you here. You look good up there. Go ahead, Dominic. What's up?
Kibe, thanks for the opportunity. My contribution will be very brief on dissecting the problem that has been affecting this country since independence. One, thanks to the Gen Zs for opening our eyes. When I teach theories of international relations at the university, there is a scholar by the name Zatman. That Kibe, and for the people listening here, is that it takes the third eye to tell you that Kibe, you have been on the wrong. That's when you realize that, wow, kumbe the path I've been taking and the trajectory I've been taking has been malicious and wrong. And that's where we are as a nation. We had supported cronism, we supported nepotism and tribalism. The country was divided, and that is the stage where we were. And the political class were very happy, Kibe, that, wow, we have divided them. And in the evening, they could meet and share the cake. And during the day, they yell at each other as if there's differences. So Kibe, I will take a different route from what the rest have been contributing. Kibe for the Gen Zs to team up with the boomers and the Generation X. Number one, when we go to the next election, Kibe, what has been eating this country, and you will agree with me, is political parties. Political parties is the biggest shit, Kibe. Let me break it down so that everyone in this group understands what political parties do. One, the role of a political party is always a vehicle to secure political power. But the problem in this country, what has been happening, we have been having ODM, UDA, let me just break them down briefly.
then we have Wiper. Let me tell you, Kibe, what how the con game has been played in this country. So that's why after the MPs have been elected, MCAs, and the government is there, the government of the day, then the fighting for a common mwananchi ceases. Because number one, for example, to Azimio, and let me break it down to now ODM. When ODM secures a slot of maybe 100 MPs, Wiper secures maybe 30 MPs, UDA secures maybe 150 MPs. Once these MPs go to parliament and they are passing laws, there is the way strings are pulled, the strings of corruption. MPs will pull out. But the members of the public, there's a game theory there that MPs have pulled out from ODM, so these people are supporting us. It is not support for Mwananchi. They are pulling out so that their leader is called on the table and their leader says, I will not support this bill unless I'm given this much. So first of all, there's a corruption which comes from having a political party, of which going forward as Gen Zs, for us to defeat these people going forward, we should never support these political parties. In fact, Kibe, in future, we should elect independent candidates. Because from independent candidates, there'll be no buying of individuals easily. It will be so difficult. Number two now, I want to explain the way these issues are cooked down in the political circle, whereby many people will not see. I've done research on my personal level and I have a lot of data. When the MPs of ODM are called maybe to their ODM or Chungwa house, maybe their political leader will be given sums of money so that now the ODM as a party will give their stand. But the stand doesn't represent the interest of the public. So they are bought and they maybe go to the parliament and they vote for a bill. Wiper the same. And UDA, maybe they are given the money the way you had that they were being given 2 million. But now there's another way again how political parties loot the public coffers indirectly. And people don't know this. If you go to the register of political parties, it is said that annually, after the budget has been announced, last financial, the last budget that was read, UDA were given 1.3 billion. What is 1.3 billion for? That money goes to individual pocket. Assuming we had the whole country with the majority of politicians and governors having independent candidature, or they were elected in an independent forum, the 1.3 billion could have been channeled to other forms of development like education sector, healthcare. So 1.3 billion goes to the party leader. Then there are these deductions that are done on individual payslip, maybe 30,000 from an MP, that goes to political party. So if you look at the entire spectrum, Kibe, it's a con game, which if you don't have a proper eye to look at the trajectory, it is so difficult for a layman to dissect it and know that corruption is going on when you have a political party. So Kibe, today, if you have a political party and you have 20 MPs, Kibe, let me give you that surety, and you have one governor, there is no need of you working or having a space like this one. You will just earn money when you are at home. And when you become so broke, you just tell the governor, I want 1 billion. If you don't give me next election, you know I'm a supportive, I'm a very influential person in your region, be it Nyanza or Ukambani. You will not contest and you will not win. So, Kibe, if you look at the entire space, there is a lot of con game that goes beyond what Gen Z should be fighting. As much as we fight to liberate this country, let us have in mind that when we go to the next election, please, 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 as the Gen Zs were saying, our parents should stay at home. Leave alone that. Another aspect is there will be no electing of individual based on political position. That's why you have been hearing of piga suti. Kumbe suti si ya kusaidia mwananchi. Suti, number one, ni source of income ya mwanasiasa fulani mahali. Alafu akisha secure hiyo position, anangojea ile keki tena ya national cake, ile ya political parties, from the register of political parties. Hiyo pesa wana swindle wanaweka kwa mfuko. Aya, wakati maneno yanaongelewa kwa meza, si maneno ya Wanjiku, si maneno ya mama mboga, na si maneno ya mtu mwenye ana kazi, ni wanaketi tu kwa kikao na wanafanya handshake. Na hiyo ndio maana umeona watu wanasema tangu kukue na Gen Z's movement, watu wameelewa wanasiasa na image tofauti. I have seen people in Twitter calling Raila con. Like personally, I've been supporting Raila all those years. But my eyes are also opened that, it has not been a fight for mwananchi. Ni tumbo ya mwanasiasa. So mimi kitu ya kwanza Kibe, as much as tuko na hii space, najua watu wamekuwa kienda na different route, different trajectory. My stand is that unless we kill political parties, tukue kama America wako na Democrat na wako na Republican, ambazo ni chama za nchi, si chama za watu. Hizi chama ndo zimetuweka kwa hizi shida zote. Mwanasiasa anakuja anasema ODM, hakuna Wiper, hakuna. That's why Raila has been jobless all these years, Kalonzo has been jobless. But watu wanaenda na ndege. Unashangaa hii kama inatoka wapi? Kila mtu anarudi kwa region yake. Like for example, Kibe in 2013. Wacha niwaambie hapo ndo mahali ODM ilikula zaidi. Because ODM had 24 counties na URP na hii chama ya TNA ilikuwa na 23 counties. Wewe nikuulize Kibe, unaona wakiwa na 24 counties na watu wako wanajua vile county inafaa kuwa ina run. Hiyo hapo ndo mahali pesa ilipotea. The time Wambora was being impeached, watu walipora pesa hiyo time. Ile record niko nayo Kibe, wewe wacha tu, hata sitaki kusema hapa kwa fora. Mtu alikuwa akirudi kwa county anaambia governor nipatie hii, kama sio hivyo 2017 hautakuwa re-elected. Pesa ilipotea hapo. So you find that mtu kama baba ni mtu anaweza sema tu in terms of power ni mtu kama president, but ana responsibility. Inchi ikienda south analaumu tu mwenye yako kwa kiti, lakini yeye as a person there is nothing he has been pushing for this country. Yeye ako na chama yake, anakula vizuri, kuna pesa zinakuja pande hii, akiona imekuwa weak ana approach serikali, anawaambia nitaenda maandamano, anaekewa kwa meza. Lakini mwananchi ana join hiyo maandamano, but they are not the beneficial people. They don't benefit at all. They don't. It's a con game and it was rigged long time ago, Kibe. So going forward, as much as we are supporting the Gen Zs to have leader within themselves, for us to really have issues stable on the before these people, so that it is dissected and sorted. At this stage, we don't need a leader first, Kibe. Once we have a leader, it will be very easy to shake the group and maybe dig deeper, and maybe some people will disappear. But eventually, the leader will come forth. But as at the moment, let everyone put it in mind that political parties has been the con game since 2007 coming this way. It has been a serious business. And that's why people are pushing to have their own parties. Even for Mudavadi to be there, political party. Wetangula, political party. These people did not fold their parties. Everyone has a party, meaning the interest of mwananchi is not there.
Lakini wewe Dominic, don't you think you're wasting a lot of brain power on them and not enough on us? Because you seem to know so much about them, but when it comes to us, all you say is, for us, I don't think we need a leadership. But let me tell you what they are doing on the other side. So for us here, you have nothing to say, but on the other side, you have so much. You can sit us down here for half an hour and tell us what the other side is doing, but you have no ideas for this side, my guy. Can we spend at least a few minutes discussing why it is important for this side to be organized? Why are you lying to them that they shouldn't be organized, my guy? You're talking about the organization of the other side. You are actually in awe of how they organize, to a point where you're calling them conmen, because it is such a good, smooth operation. Yet this other side has no operation, and you're saying, "Oh, you know what? You guys don't need somebody. Yeah, okay, let's move on. Let's go to this. But let's go back to this side and complain like we always do. Come on."
You know, Kibe, if I had not dissected the other side of the way the corn is being organized,
but it's not important. It's not important because that doesn't help us. So you're giving us all the whatever they do on the other side is good. It makes for a good story, because I've really enjoyed it, especially being my age. I've totally seen exactly what you're saying. So I see it, but it doesn't help the movement, because that is not building us. That is just a good story.
It will build us, Kibe, if now we refrain from being in their support, because despite having this group, Kibe, and I had not dissected that part for majority of people in this group to see, you could have seen re-election of all these old guards again.
What are you talking
And that
about?
one jeopardizes what we are
What are you talking
pushing for.
about, bro? You're unable to stay with us here in the moment. Can you stay in the moment? All I'm asking you to do is forget all the information that you have about Raila and Kalonzo and all these movements, everything that they've ever done, and then use that brain power to get us out of this hole that we are in. Okay? So that's all I'm asking for. I don't want a history lesson. I don't want a geography lesson. I just want us to use our brain power to get us out from here to the next level. That's it. That's a better conversation for me. Because now if you keep telling me how strong my opponent is, hey, bro, you're going to weaken me, bro. Every time you come here, you're telling me how, hey, you know, these guys and how they are planning and how they do. I'm like, shit, when are we ever going to talk about me?
Now I have also a solution on this side. Now I wanted to really give the picture of the other side. Then now we align ourselves. So now we are going to face them head on. Right now we have really caused a lot of pain to this regime. Number one, right now the president is organized on making sure that the spending and the excesses in terms of monetary usage in the government that was so high is now very low, because he's very keen on what the Gen Z's demands were on the table, that no excesses, those people who have poor or they don't have credibility should not ascend to public offices, which is working. And now it's for us as Gen Z's and boomers and all of us, we need to gang up as one team, because the moment there's division, Kibe, we are not going to achieve much, because a divided unity will never achieve the match and see the vision of tomorrow. So we need to push it hard, as much as people are saying occupy the JKIA. Sometimes occupying it physically will not work. We need to occupy these offices using mind game. For example, the corruption you had seen of Adani taking over the JKI, that is being fought through the legal system. Now we need now to come back and look at what is happening in counties. Counties are the most corrupt. The Gen Zs and those groupings in terms of Generation X and boomers, we need to go to counties and even to the previous members of parliament that were elected, those who went home. We need to push them to the wall to account, because we know them by names, to account for what they on how they use the utilization of the funds in the previous regime, because we need all the records. We need to go for them, because in the previous years, Akibe, there has been a perception in this country that public money is nobody's money. And that is a narrative that was very wrong.
So Dominic, I hear that part. That public money is nobody's money. It's a very good point. But I want us to stop gaslighting. Listen to this. I want us to stop gaslighting and take responsibility for whatever it is that we are saying. Okay, because gaslighting is saying we need to make sure that all this money that they're using is accounted for. That's just gaslighting, because there's nothing we are saying there. What does that mean? Okay, so we can't just go to all MPs or all governors. There must be people who are on the ground who know exactly what needs to happen. So that's the follow-up.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is this: so we stop this gaslighting, and we get out of this cycle of rhetoric where we just keep repeating the same shit from one space to the next, because we know all our problems now. Dominic,
True.
We know all our problems. We know the most corruption is in the counties. We know everything. We've discussed this for the last 3 weeks. So what I'm saying is, it's time to grow up and move the conversation forward. We're done with that conversation. So let's move the conversation forward. One step. Just one step. That's all I'm asking.
One step is this, Kibe, now. In these offices, we have
No. Because who are you? Who are you instructing? Who died and made you?
But we need to work as a team.
But who are you instructing? Who are you to instruct anybody? What are you saying? Unaambia nani, unapatia nani kazi? Wewe si ufanye kazi yako. Si umesema you don't need a leader. Wewe fanya kazi yako. Don't instruct anyone anything. You do what you think is right. Because you cannot be instructing people from, we don't even know where you are, who you are. Telling people, oh, we need to go occupy Jkia.
No, mine is not for physical occupation of JKI,
No,
but through the legal
no.
system.
There are no instructions coming from anybody. Because this is the problem. The problem is everybody wants to give instructions, but nobody wants to take responsibility. So you want to tell people what to do, but you're not putting yourself on the line to say, I will be the one standing for this. So why should I listen to you? Why should I listen to instructions? Me, kwani nakakaa president, hapa nikae nikisikiza watu wakiniambia what we need to do. You endo kaambia nyanyako, bro. I don't want to hear one more person telling me what we need to do. If you're not here to do it, stay the fuck away. Are we together?
Yes, Kip.
I think I've had too much to drink.
Okay.
Yeah, Dominic, next time you come here, make sure you're coming with a positive mind and you're coming with solutions. I want you to come with names. I want you to come with a bag full of money and say, okay, this is the money I've collected from these guys and this is what we're doing. These are the kind of things that I want us to discuss. Not telling us about what they do in their bathrooms. I don't care.
It's okay, Kibe.
All right, let me hear from KOT alumni. Thank you, Dominic.
Hi, Kibe.
What's up, man?
Wanifurahisha sana kusikia mambo ya Dominic hapo. And one thing, maybe personally ni millennial, and I think I'll talk on behalf of millennials because ninaona ni kama Gen Zs na hizi generations zingine ni kama hazipatani na sisi kama millennials ukiangalia we are kind of silent in this movement, but we are like the engine of this movement because hata ukiangalia hizi ma spaces na most things that zinaraniwa hapa zinapostiwa ni millennials ndo wanazisukuma na ndo wana post na wana tweet more kuliko Gen Zs na our baby boomers na ma ex. So as a millennial, mimi personally naweza taka the next thing yenye tunaweza fanya ni tutoe platform ya generate something that will generate like a view. Tukisema tuna invade tuseme kama ni JKIA, tunafaa tunaweka like a website where sisi wote kama si website ni like a space where sisi wote tuna recommend and the highest take yenye watu wanaamua ni moja, tunaenda sisi wote kama one thing. Sasa hapo ndo itakaa ni kama tuko na lead. So that is my point on ya kumobilize. Hiyo ni kumobilize na kukuwa na strategy moja yani. So ni hiyo kwanza for now because nimesikia nani huyu ameenda wapi tena? Huyo Dominic ameongelelea mambo kadhaa.
Hata nikuulize KOT.
Niambie.
Hiyo platform unasema itatoka wapi?
Sasa hawa watu matech savvy wenye wako hapa kwa hii group because tuko wengi hapa.
So hiyo coordination yote mina show everything you need, it lies on you getting the right partnerships. Everything you need. Yes, so think of it as a partnership. Don't think of it as a leadership. Think of it as a partnership. You come with your strength, I come with my strength. Because hizi vitu lazima zifanyike. So all these platforms that you're talking about, watu kama hawawezi sikizana kufanya kazi, watasikizana platform.
Ndio hiyo sasa, hiyo ndo najaribu kuongelea sasa, because mi naona venye ninaongelea watu wakiongelea ni kama watu wa hii side ya Gen Z wako na wanasema ni wao wana run movement. Ukienda hii side ingine baby boomers wako na politics mingi ya wamechambua politics mpaka wanajua karibu kila kitu about politics, so inakuwa ni kama mvurutano hapa na pale.
And you see, that's why for me, I'm not very worried about the issues that we need to deal with more than how we are going to work together. That's the most important thing right now. Because once we agree to work together, there is no problem we can't deal with. Kweli wongo.
Ukweli.
Yes, so we need to learn how to work together. That has been my crusade. That's all I'm asking. Let's learn how to work together. Once we agree that we are working together, then everybody goes and does their job.
Very true, very true.
All right, thank you KOT alumna. Wacha nifunga hii show bro.
Wazi.
Ukiona nimekaa hivi jua leo sina nini. Haya baadaye bro.
Wazi.
Kabla ufunge show acha nichangie.
Mbogo endelea.
So nilikuja kama mna not nilikuja huu mdhoni akibonga nilikuwa already maybe niko pia. Kulikuwa na ile issue ya ati watu wenye wataenda wataruka wenye wako. Issue ni mingi but wacha tu ni focus kwa 2-3 things hapa. Number 1, kuna hii disconnect ya hii partnership venye unaiweka. To spend example, wewe unaamka unapata poster ya Thursday we are occupying. Nani utengeneza hiyo poster? Unapata tu poster imetengenezwa, isharushwa, imetembea, watu wako ready, watu wanaenda kuoccupy penye imewekwa. Kumaanisha things are working out in a way that sijui kama watu upatana wanaongea. Juu mimi nikipata poster mimi ndaanza tu kushare. But so far nimeshare poster mingi za missing people, za occupy, za wapi, kila kitu, za recommendations zetu na needs zetu. But ukizoea penye maitengeneza ama mimi maitengeneza sijaitengeneza hata poster moja. Kumaanisha these are way things are still working out hata kama bado kuna hizi issues za coordination na everything. Haya, ulikuwa umesema time yenye majezeo na kusurprise zingine wanasema tutamit siku fulani after inatokea hatu meet. How does the information pass around? That was saying ilikuwa to meet but to meet. I don't know, but to realize tu kwamba things are just working out. So there's a system maybe in place in Yatujui, or there's a way things are working out due to our shared interests na hizo needs zetu. So things are still moving on smoothly and well. Maybe this is not a difficulty in it, but I'm very sure things are working out well. But now to the small issues, utapata nilikuwa na argue na msee leo. Kalonzo alikuwa anasema Kalonzo ni wale wasa kudandia. Wanataka tu kudandia hii wave. Then I was like, at the moment tunafaa focus now ni ule msemaji anataka kufanya na sisi kazi yake kama tunampokea. Hakuwe ni Gen X, millennial, former politician au corrupt wote. As long as ako willing to buy the idea and work with us, we just welcome with them. Then after everything has settled, tumeshapata mwelekeo, kama ni rais ameamua ameresign, tunataka new leaders. That's now when we move to the drain the swamp, whereby kama ulikuwa na scandal ama na kesa upewe leadership. But at the moment we are going to pick anyone interested to work with us, to work pamoja tukisonga. There is another question of what do we really want?
So Ombogo, before we hapo, hizi ideology ni za nani? Whose ideologies are these?
These ideologies,
because everybody that I talk to
shared.
Everybody that I talk to, and you know I talk to a lot of people.
Yes.
Everybody that I talk to has a different ideology about what this movement is all about. So when you come here, and
that's when I was going.
Like now, you see, you're very convinced about what the next step should be. Everybody is very convinced about what the next step should be, but everybody is speaking a different language. Everybody has a different thing that they want to deal with.
I haven't settled on any next step. I've just given an overview.
No, but you are talking about draining the swamp.
Yeah, that's now after these other things have been settled.
Exactly. That's what I'm so mimi nakuulizaje
Hatujafikia
hii
hapo.
sequence of events imetolewa na nani? Because hata hii poster wewe utaki kujua imetoka wapi.
As long as imekaa mnashare. So kitu ina happen ni
So nakuuliza wewe unataka kuniambia hautaki kujua poster imetoka wapi? Wewe as long as poster imekaa mtu utafuata tu.
Because I'm not going to create a new one. Nimeiva design by the Photoshop.
Ajin?
Meaning kama haitakuwa nitatengeneza, but already ishatengenezwa. What do you do?
Aya, Mogo maliza. Acha nifunge hiyo bro.
Yeah. So the other thing nilikuwa nataka kusema ni ile umefanya hiyo point ikapotea. I was talking about what? But anyway, generally, what I can just say is that things are still working out. At the moment, we need to maybe coordination and everything, but the skilled people juu ukienda TikTok kuna timu iko huko ina push kivyake. Ukikuja X kuna timu ina push iko kivyake. But at the end of the day unapata at the end of the day the goal is being achieved. So ni sisi tuendelee kushikana, tuendelee kupush. Na I wanted to add something. Utarealize ya kwamba when this thing started tulikuwa na goal ya reject finance bill. Then now people realize they need to kuna my issues. So utapata kuna wale wa occupy JKIA hiyo airport wenye wako Kakamega maybe wako Shamakoko huko hawana airport, so watafanya kitu tofauti, you understand. But at the end of the day we are focusing to the goal that we are going to put pressure on the government to either act or ship out. I think that's just the major point, but at the moment we are still moving perfectly. Nimemaliza.
All right, thank you my man. Femi, are you here? Before Femi, if Femi is wasting time, Wild News, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Wild News, pause. Femi, go ahead.
Okay, Kibe. I think I concur with you. Kenya is too traumatized to accept any leadership. You know, the generation you're dealing with has witnessed a lot of political shift. This is the generation that saw the exchange of power between Moi Kibaki and the former president, that is Moi. Then we came to post-violence. They witnessed that. And also they have witnessed the constitution and referendum. And then again, they witnessed the Uhuru Kenyatta, the power shift between Moi Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta. The same people, they were the students during the Somalia conflict and terror. So these people have anger. And this is a chance they have been given to express. And what they want will be delivered regardless. We accept it or we don't accept it. These guys are going to get what they want. But the problem is, where will they leave us when they accept this? So I think when you are selling out the idea of leadership, you should also consider that the trauma in them they have witnessed through these leaders makes them want to hold back, to get into choosing a leader for them to present. Another question I would ask Gen Z is this: do you need a Gen Z or do you need someone who can deliver? What's the difference? Do you need deliverance? Do you want results? Or you just want to see a Gen Z on the top there learning things? Because from the previous guy, I think his name was R or something, he said they want to see the leadership by the Gen Z. The question I'm asking is this: which is necessary, a Gen Z heading them or someone else heading them and delivering the result that they want? Another thing, what's the other thing I'd like to say? Now the question would be, how do we deal with trauma and the healing process for them to be able to accept? Because anyway, I concur with you. Without a leader, this movement is going to be milked and milked and milked. People will start fearing being attacked. And those people who are saying they are vocal, they will stop being vocal. I don't think number a number of people who are vocal at the moment, if they are taken, they are abducted, they'll have the same energy when they come back after their abduction. So that way, I think it's the strategy that the government is using to pin them down. You adapt few who are vocal, they go down, and they process with the next move they make. And that is why I think it will kill the movement. The other thing is we voted popularism. I don't see why people are expecting different results from the president. He was elected through popularism. For him to maintain popularism, he has to bring people who makes him popular. So he has to remain relevant. So he will keep doing things for him to gain the popularity. But if we change the narrative from popularism to capitalism, I think that is where we are going to get out of this rainbow. And I would like for everyone, I would love to hear your counterattack on that.
Tom Boyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Kibe. Well, I think where we are heading, agreeing that we need a new system of governance with the good accountability. Right now, we need to consider establishing a council. That council, what I suggest, Andrew Kibe, through your leadership, get a platform like something that appears like a poll. Focus to do it even within 3 days. Ask people to first present the names. Present names of more than 30 people. Then ask them to select at least 25 people. You can collect ideas and have names of more than 30, then go with at least 25 people, whereby people will be voting, and in that poll chart you'll see the percentage, and you present it. It's something that can be shared even in WhatsApp or whichever platform, even on a Twitter. After identifying those at least 25 councils, that's where more consultation and decision making will be made. After that, let people pick different roles so that we see where exactly are we heading, with an aim of, number one, intensifying political education so that we make sure that going forward, we steal people from their tribal cocoons, we steal people from their from supporting specific leaders that have always been there. Also, the different groups, we can have a group focusing on mobilization for people to take their IDs. This should be pressurized even by the legal team. Another thing, pushing for people to get their to register as voters. As we focus, a major aim just to focus on the year 2027, whereby at the end of the day, towards the year 2027, we will also do the same poll all over Kenya, first to present names of people that we suggest to run as presidential candidate. We can consider again names not less than 20. Then we will do a poll still upper EV so that we see which people are leading based on how Kenyans will be able to choose them. So generally, first things first, council is necessary. Let us not take more than 1 week from now before identifying those council. Ask me to present a name, I'll just be honest. You consider people that already have proved to have earned trust of other people. For example, I'll go with Andrew Kibe to be in that council, Eric Omondi to be in that council, Kasmuel Mkoure to be in that council, and many others, so that there are people that can be able to keep offering consultative and advice to people, and such people will also have an opportunity to present themselves for candidacy, of presidential candidacy. So we need to have a work plan. What are we achieving within the year 2024? What are we achieving within the year 2025? What are we achieving within the year 2026? The conversation of talking about who to run as presidential candidate, let it come towards the year 2026, towards the end of that year. But more is to focus on how can we teach people political education, and also how can we counter the narrative of fear. The government is working hard to instill fear in people. How can we make sure that we encourage people not to be fearful? Thank you.
Yeah, World News, go ahead.
Kibe. Okay. Thank you very much, Kibe. I was waiting before you sleep and even before I sleep. One, I think, Kibe, it won't be possible to wait for everybody to accept anyone's opinion, your opinion, or any other person. So personally, I was thinking what we started yesterday, you should just go on, because a group, if you want to save this country, you might not have everybody willing to save the country. Are you taking the route of the people who are telling others, telling us we go to the airport? No. So that group can take that route, but then you take a route where we take a route where we want to bring to be the solution. So it will not be possible that at any one time, not even on this space, even physical, that you will get people accepting your opinion. Is it possible you just go ahead, like just the guy before I said? Let's start thinking. Going forward, like you had started yesterday. In fact, today I was coming to this space to start listening to leaders who gave their names to see what they are, because I'll tell you. And I told you earlier that politicians are scavengers. This morning I met young people somewhere taking coffee, and they were waiting for their MP, who is coming to organize them to go back to the village. So generally speaking, go ahead. Let's come up with leadership, and this country will move on. Because you wait for Ruto to resign, people will continue dying. And where we are going, Kibe, people are going to be now protecting themselves from us, from other people. When we go to the streets, we'll find people waiting for us. It will come a point where it is now for people fighting among each other, not even with the police. So this is a good move. Come up with a solution. Don't wait for every other person to agree with you. Good night.
Sawa. All right, Josephine, are you there? All right, thank you, World News. It says, if you're doing, do.
Thank you.
Don't wait. All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Perfect.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say good morning to all fellow Kenyans. And I want to start with, there's a word in my mother tongue which says that if you do not have a leader, then you will always drink the muddy water. Why? Because once my grandfather used to tell me when they used to graze a lot of cattle, and now there used to be one cattle which would lead the rest. So if it is no longer there and it doesn't lead the rest, then they will go and find the other cows have already gotten there and made all the water muddy. That's exactly what's happening to us. And I strongly believe that we need to proceed as just the previous speaker just said, as we agreed, we had proceeded yesterday. And I think we need just to move and try to apply, to tell the people why we think whoever has been suggested themselves or whoever has been suggested is the ideal person to represent them, and what input do they have and what strengths do they have, which accompanies them and gives them the opportunity to feel they can really deliver without delay and without fear. So what I would suggest is that we really need to plan ourselves and get ready and start moving with the speed, because there's a lot ahead of us before 2027. I think to me, whatever we are seeing, we have so many problems which we have self-made problems, and we have better ways to solve them now that we have the opportunity right now. The opportunity has come, and has come at the right time, and we have so many things that we can fix before 2027, and everything will be quite well for us. For Ruto to leave or not to leave before then, but what I know is that once we start fixing whatever we have at hand, then you don't need to tell anybody pack and go. They will just start packing and going, because we are fixing what we have to fix. Thank you so much, and have a good night. Let's look forward to see it that leadership does prevail, and we give quality to our people and build the trust. Let us support the people who will be elected or who have appointed themselves to lead us, so that we can be in a position, actually our views can be heard properly and in a particular strategy, so that wherever we say we are moving to this direction, we move all of us that direction. If we are moving to the other direction, we move all of us at once. So I was just thinking, like, when people are saying to enter to let's occupy airport, let's occupy the other place, and I'm looking at it, then you realize that now the soldiers are also smarter, and they decide now to go to one territory and actually destroy so many people at once, because we are divided. Then what happens? Because we need to come up with a clear cut on, if we are moving this direction, we need to see almost 1 million people moving to that direction. If we say we are moving to this direction, we need to see another 1 million people moving to that direction. Then that's how we are going to win this war. That's how I believe and I trust. And with it's all about having trust again amongst ourselves. You have to start trusting. You have to start believing in somebody so that they can deliver. Thank you so much, Kibe, and may God bless us all. Let's keep our focus and stick to our points. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josephine. Appreciate you coming today. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you. Stewards Global.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Linda Stewart. I'm from Delaware, USA, and I've been listening to the comments, and I do agree with the people who've been saying that things have been working out behind the scenes where things are getting done. I was able to get into several groups this morning, a lot of Twitter groups, just to listen in, and what I noticed is, everyone was planning the same direction of the Occupy JKIA. Now, one of the recommendations that I recommended was for us to come up with a document where we can have the asks to the president and present it to him with whatever the people want. Because if you don't have something in writing and you're saying it in public, maybe on social media, it's not something that you can hold somebody accountable for.